Good evening and welcome to the 27th meeting of fiscal year 2024 for the Milton Planning Board. At this time, I would like to now call the meeting to order. We will first begin by introducing ourselves, the members and our staff who are with us this evening. We can start with Cheryl.
Cheryl Tagayas, Secretary.
Sean Fahey, member.
Mike Yeltsfield, member.
Jim Davis, member.
And Meredith Hall serving as chair. And staff with us, we have Josh.
Josh Eckert-Lee, Assistant Director.
Tim.
Tim Zielinski, Director of Planning and Community Development.
And Julia.
Julia Gutman, clerk.
And we have our peer review consultant with us, John Reardon. Thank you for joining us. And before I begin, I just would like to say two items. One, Maggie, we are very sorry for the loss of your mother this week.
Thank you.
And we are grateful that you are here this evening.
Oh, thank you. Well, thank you all for reaching out. I appreciate it. Thank you.
And the other thing is, for those who don't know, Josh, this will be Josh's last official meeting with us. We'll let you tell a little bit more about it, but Josh has a wonderful opportunity that he will be leaving Milton and heading to Somerville, and we will, love for you to share a little bit more about your plans.
Sure. So I'll be joining Somerville's Office of Sustainability and Environment as their new Sustainability and Resiliency Planner. My last day with Milton will be the 5th, and I've wrapped up all of my projects, I promise, so you're in good hands. I've got a 15-page exit memo with a table of contents ready to send.
Wow.
No loose threads, as much as I could do. It's been a real honor and a learning experience. Couldn't have asked for more interesting and full time to be a planner for this town.
Yeah.
Well, thank you. You worked so hard, and it's not gone unnoticed. All of your work is. We were greatly appreciative of that. So our next item would be our first item, actually, approval of the minutes, and we have a few sets of minutes. I know, Cheryl, you just had some edits that you just sent in, so I don't know if members have had a chance to look at those from the March 7th meeting. The previous minutes that we can catch up on were dating back to February 8th. We have February 8th, February 22nd, and February 26th. Has everyone had a chance to review those minutes and any questions on those?
I have, and with February 8th, in citizen speaking with Kathleen Tyrell, everything that was stricken, I'd like to put back in. Is that?
I need to go to slides. I listened to the tape, so, and I think it had to do with an accusation, is that right? That we learned that is not,
I'll read. Why don't I read what is in what is currently in
as
here?
I get to the.
It may not reflect everything that Kathleen said. I think that's what your point is. But it says, Kathleen Tyrrell, 169 Whittier Road, said that she was concerned that an ethics violation could have been committed by a member of the Select Board related to the MBTA community zoning discussions. She believed town council should be consulted. And I think that was a shortened version of what, was there something in there that would be pertinent?
No, actually, that sounded good. That's less than what was stricken here, so I'm maybe what I have is old.
Let me see.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Which meeting again? I'm just
verify that maybe
the 28th.
February 8th.
February 8th.
February 8th. Okay, got it.
And I'm actually guilty of having this from last time, and then we didn't look over these, so maybe I didn't print off the most current one.
Okay.
That's how it reads in the minutes in your materials.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I see here too.
All right, then in that case, I'm good with that.
Acceptable. Okay, great.
Sorry about that, guys.
Yeah, no problem.
Great. So if there's nothing else, if I could have a motion to accept the minutes from February 8th, the 22nd, and the 26th of February.
I wasn't present for the 8th.
Oh, you weren't present for the 8th, so, okay.
From that.
All right, so let's do a separate vote. For those who were in attendance, could I have a motion to accept the minutes from February 8th?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. And Sean is abstaining from that because he was not here. Then next, we have if I could have a motion to accept the minutes from February 22nd and February 26th.
I just have one on the 22nd.
Okay?
Mandy Donovan's name is Minette, not Nanette, on the
Good
second
catch.
page, that's all.
Right, Julia? That's got that? Okay.
This incorporates, these are the ones that had the edits that I had sent, right?
Correct.
Yeah, okay.
Yep. If I can have a motion to approve the minutes with the friendly amendment to correct the name of Minette Donovan, February 22nd, and then minutes from the 26th.
26 are executive session, so they need to be
Oh, that's right.
approved
That
in
was the
executive session.
So let's just make a motion on the 22nd.
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes of February 22nd.
And a second? Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, great. All right, we will need to approve those separately. And March 7th, those edits just came in, so let's maybe defer the March 7th until people have a chance to just review those edits. All right, Julia? Is that okay? I'm going to defer the March 7th.
That's fine.
Okay, great.
We recorded the end-to-end edit.
Okay, great, thanks.
Okay, discussion of next meeting dates. When we had last met, we had discussed the 11th and the 25th of April meeting. I actually have a conflict on the 11th, so I had, Tim had sent out an email asking if it would be acceptable to meet that Tuesday instead of the Thursday, so the 9th. Would members be available to meet Tuesday the 9th?
It's good with me.
Yeah, I don't have a problem.
Cheryl, does that work for you?
I do have a conflict, but I can prioritize our meeting.
Great, thank you. So that way we can
Different
continue
board.
the hearing. Okay, yep, all right. So Tim, that will, we'll have our next meeting dates will be the 9th, and I've consulted with Northbridge too, because that, we would obviously want them to be able to available. So April 9th and the 25th. Okay. And now we can move to the Director of Planning and Community Development with an update, Tim, and you can highlight and talk about the East Milton Forum too a little bit. If you.
Yeah, thank you. Hopefully, some folks out there were able to attend our East Milton Zoning Forum on Monday at the Milton Arts Center. We were able to record it a little bit via Zoom, so we'll get that up on, we have a dedicated page for that zoning effort on the planning board page. I had to duck out a little early, but by all indications, it was a really good meeting. I think MAPC is doing a really great job in this effort, really, reaching out to folks and incorporating feedback. I think, what I've been trying to stress all along in this process is that, the people of East Milton wanted this, and we want to give people what they want. So, this is very much a community-led effort, and we're really, doing our best, working with MAPC to be responsive to what folks are interested in. So I think it turned out to be a really great meeting. There's a follow-up survey on the East Milton zoning page on the planning board website. If anyone wants to take it, you're absolutely welcome to do that. It's not necessarily open just to people in East Milton. We understand that it is, Milton's downtown. People go there from other parts of town and other parts of the region. So we do want to see that feedback from folks. And we'll be debriefing with Josh Fiala from MAPC and kind of talking about next steps. We'll probably have an update at our next meeting just about, what's next for that effort. I think the goal is to have a sort of a draft of zoning language, done by the summertime that the planning board can then, work with. Obviously, once we have something in hand, there's a whole other process of public hearings. We want to take it to town meeting. I think we all, whether we're on the board or not, anyone that followed along with the Milton Village process understands that, once pen gets to paper on the zoning, that's, really the first step, not the last step. We still have quite a bit of work ahead of us, but I think we're moving in a really good direction. Just a couple things that I wanted to just kind of preview. You may, if you've been following the select board meetings and then the Governor Stoughton trustees meetings, the Governor Stoughton trustees put out an RFP for affordable housing development on the remainder of the town farm site. There are 4 acres of town farm that we retained after the Pulte project. We received 2 really great responses to that RFP for what looks to be really high quality proposals for affordable housing on that site. The trustees are interested in putting together a review committee to assist them in kind of making a decision on as to which of these proposals to choose. And they've requested that a member of the planning board be a member of that committee. So we can't, pick a member tonight. It's not on the agenda, but I did want to preview that. That'll be an agenda item next time around. In advance of the next meeting, we'll send around both of those proposals just so folks can take a look and, you can, decide amongst yourselves, if and who wants to represent the planning board on that committee. We do have an MBTA Communities item on the agenda later on, but I did just want to kind of talk about something that maybe if we don't get to it, just so that it's out there. The town did file an answer to the AG's suit yesterday with the SJC, and included to that is a series of counterclaims. That was sort of the latest action in that case regarding the AG's suit against us regarding MBTA Communities. On the MBTA Communities website, on the planning board page, there is a link to all of these documents. The select board put out a statement. We posted that on that page. And then there's a link to a folder that has all of the court filings that have been made by both sides. So you all can take a look at that if you want. Oral arguments are scheduled for October. I don't think that there's a specific date yet, but in the intervening period, our attorneys will be working with attorneys from the Attorney General's office on a schedule for briefings and filings and whatnot. So October is really all we know. In the meantime, there'll probably be some more news, again, in the intervening weeks and months regarding additional briefings and filings, that need to be made. So if there's more news, I'll get it to you. But in the meantime, there's plenty of documentation up on the website that folks can take a look at. Meredith, you mentioned it earlier. Josh is spreading his wings and flying. I wanted to just take a minute to thank Josh. He's been a really integral doesn't begin to describe it. He's been such an important part of this team. I think everyone that has interacted with Josh, either from the public or on the board or in town hall, understands, what he's brought to this town in his role as the assistant director. Assistant town planner, I know from experience, it's not a long-term gig. It's a really great opportunity to learn a lot about planning and then kind of move on to, brighter, bigger, not necessarily better things. Milton's still pretty great. But different things and different opportunities. And Josh is doing that. So we wish him the best of luck. Hope he's not a stranger. And just, thanks for his time working with us.
Thanks, Tim.
Can I ask a question? So on that, the Governor Stoughton Trust Building project, does that come before the planning board, since that isn't necessarily a town project? That's a separate
Municipal.
private project?
Not
So
municipal.
I think what it'll ultimately be up to the, I'll have to look at what the responses are. The RFP contemplated, a friendly 40B effectively, so that, that would be a comprehensive permit project that would go through the Board of Appeals. The planning board would obviously, be welcome and frankly, we would look to the planning board for comments and input, just like we did for all the other 40Bs. That's not necessarily set in stone. I mean, obviously, there is the potential for a, site plan approval variance process, but I think, the RFP did contemplate, and the way that a lot of these projects are done throughout the Commonwealth, is through that friendly 40B process that goes to the Board of Appeals.
Thanks.
Good question. Okay. Great. And with that, we can now move to our citizens speak. And if there's anyone in the audience, we do have a public hearing tonight. You will, residents who are here for the public hearing will have an opportunity to speak during that hearing. So if there's somebody who would like to speak to something else, please come forward. And if you could just state your name and address for the record.
Good evening. My name is Rachel Shuey, and I live at 53 Center Lane. Thank you for allowing me to speak again. I am here representing Moving Milton Forward as One Town and speak in conjunction with Amy Flanagan, Kristen Bagley-Jones, and Bridget Conroy, who are unable to be here this evening. I attended and spoke at the Planning Board meeting on March 7th. On the agenda for the March 7th meeting, under Item 3, MBTA Community Zoning, subsection 2, was, quote, discussion of timeline for creating MBTA communities article. At the conclusion of Citizen Speak, Chairperson Hall said, and I quote, we will follow up with this, but I think you are going to be really pleased when you see, if you haven't seen the agenda, because I think every item you mentioned is on the agenda this evening. The meeting on March 7th abruptly ended without any progress on a timeline or specific plans to move forward with compliant zoning. There were no plans established for community outreach, a new survey, or any forward progress for the town regarding zoning, MBTA zoning. I would also like to draw your attention back to the comment section from the December 4th special town meeting warrant. On page 38 in the comment section, in response to the warrant committee's recommendation to send Article 1 back to the Select Board for further study, the warrant committee stated the following, and I quote, the Planning Board does not support the Select Board's article and is seeking additional time to prepare their zoning article. The warrant committee recommends that the Planning Board be given the time it is asking for in order to draw up its own zoning article that is both compliant with the new law and zoning with which the Planning Board is comfortable, unquote. Further on in the comment section, it is stated, and I quote here again, to those ends, the Planning Board has set a goal for itself to have an article ready for the annual town meeting in May 2024. We therefore suggest to town meeting that the Planning Board be allowed to complete their work and further collaborate with the Select Board to do what is in the best interest of Milton, unquote. To be engaged in a lawsuit with the state and to not be working towards having a compliant plan in the hope that the suit might be dropped is just not in the best interest of Milton. The Planning Board has not used the time they asked for at town meeting in December and then were given as a result of the townwide referendum in February productively. To our knowledge, there has been no forward progress, there is no timeline, nor a public commitment that you will work to develop 25% and 10% compliant plans. It is long past time that we move forward together as a community, develop equitable and fair zoning for our town that is compliant with the MBTA community zoning. We are requesting of the Planning Board that you share publicly what your plans are to devise compliant MBTA zoning plans that are, to quote, in the best interest of Milton. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else who would like to speak on something else than our public hearing this evening? Anyone on Zoom? Okay, no hands. All right. All right, then if I could ask, I know we have the hearing on as our first item of the agenda. If it would be possible, we have a very short business item for 10 Bassett Street, if it would be okay if we just allow them to go first so they don't have to, because the hearing will be quite lengthy. So if I could invite Mr. Modestino and we can just discuss and let you get out early tonight. On the 10 Bassett Street site plan approval amendment review and the vote on decision. And this was just something that as the speaker at Citizens Speak, it was 11:30 when we got to these agenda items, and that's the only reason why we did not keep moving forward unless we wanted to go to midnight. But thank you so much. for coming, and we did invite Michael, and thank you so much for joining us too. I'm glad to be back. We've all had a chance to look at this, and we have voted, obviously, to approve this. It was just a matter of formality. I think the question that came up, but it was, again, late for our discussion, and we just wanted to give you the opportunity, was just sort of the steps of items that we had approved as a board. And obviously, those would be the wonderful enclosure of your upstairs, the eating area, which we were happy to see happen. It was a great addition to the space when people could eat outside, and it made sense to sort of enclose that area to serve those who wanted more space to eat. And then the next item during obviously construction, it appears that the discussion of putting a second egress and having an outside staircase to come off of that area arose, and that need, and we absolutely want to support you all as a business and make sure it's meeting the needs of your site. And then, so we did approve that, and I think we were all taken back and a little bit surprised to find out the next day it was announced that we were losing one of our favorite restaurants in that location. And without going into, obviously things that you all have discussed, we just wanted to understand that process. And I think we all felt like, did we just approve a staircase that caused, another, a larger restaurant to come in over 50, which would allow for over a 50-seat restaurant. And we just wanted to make sure that we were in good communication with you all as you move forward with whatever plans you have, and respectful, it's up to you all, it's your restaurant, but that we do have an understanding on the permits and the parking and so forth. So just wanted to hear a little bit more about your process and how, what the steps were in seeking those amendments to your special permit.
Sure. Michael Modestino, representing the applicant.
Thanks.
First of all, on the stairway, that came up maybe around November when we first had a discussion about it. And I think it was in early January of 2024 that I initiated some discussion with Tim about this. Tim made some suggestions about what we should do as far as going back before the planning board and requesting a modification of the special permit. And we did file that shortly thereafter. The timing of it was that hearing came up the end of February, and we presented it at that time and told you what we were trying to do. And I think that the other part of this really had nothing at all to do with it.
Okay.
Because the plan to expand the second floor had been going on for 2 years. It started in 2022, and we first asked that the enclosure be made, the covering and all of that, and that was done. And then it was subsequent to that we had the discussion about making it completely enclosed, and the board was good enough to allow us to do that. And that was like a year ago, a little bit over a year ago. And as far as the other thing that happened, it was just coincidental. It really had nothing at all to do with it whatsoever. And I would make a point that the tenant has been a wonderful tenant, well-liked. She ran a good restaurant, and she actually gave a lot of good ideas about what was going to happen on the second floor. I think the contractor, Anthony, told me that it was kind of her idea that came up with the idea of the stairway being placed out there. So we appreciate her involvement as well. But, it was just a matter of timing, and it really had nothing to do with the other issue. As far as the use of the property is concerned, my client tells me that, they're going to have the 49 seats out there in the enclosed area. That's not going to change at all. And that the restaurant will not change despite whoever moves in there. And I would add that, there's been some discussions out there, but there's no lease signed with anybody, so we're not 100% sure who would move in there. But there would be no expansion of the restaurant at all. There'd be no further demand upon parking. I really can't get into too much about the tenant because I don't think that would be appropriate. But I can tell you that those discussions began probably around February 20th or thereabouts, and her lawyer and I worked out an agreement. And that agreement, I think, was to everyone's mutual benefit, and that's kind of where it stands. And I just don't see any relationship between the two.
Great. Any questions? Yeah, just
I
from...
think I was interested in having you come in part because I wanted to kind of relay a message that, like I'm getting echo.
Your computer?
It's on, its volume is off. I had expressed some concern about the congestion at the entrance, about this, where you have the two entrances and the stair coming down, and the proximity of the parking space to it. So as you think about, and as this all starts to unfold with a new tenant, it's nice to have generous space for people to sort of exit and enter before they're right in the middle of a parking lot or a drive lane. So just something for you to think about. Maybe you come back for another application at some point and kind of really give that entrance sort of more space that it deserves, because there's a lot of people coming and going in there.
That's a good point.
And I think there is some concern for safety, probably you even have it. I'm a regular shopper, as you know. And that crossing, you know, at the entrance there does get kind of busy and cars coming through. So I wanted to share that, those observations with you. Okay, so thanks for coming in.
Thank you very much.
Other questions? Right. Well, thank you. I think that just gives clarity, and we just wanted to, we're here to work with you and help you in any way we can. You know, we're just mindful of, you know, what the future is looking like, just that we're in good communications with Tim and the planning department, you know, in their office, and requirements for parking and so forth, which I know you're very well aware of. So,
Very aware.
and it's a very coveted parking lot that you have. So we just know, you know, it's there's a lot of competition for parking, and we just want to make sure it's adequate for your needs above all. So.
I don't know if they want to stay at the table, but I do have a couple of minor edits to the actual decision. If that could be brought up.
Yeah.
You have to hold this, I think.
Yes. Did that.
They're not major, but
All right.
I think it's important that you hear what they are, just so you're comfortable with them as well.
Certainly.
So while Josh is bringing it up, do you have a copy of it with you by chance also that you can follow? Okay, so we'll just wait. Okay, and the fourth line where it says that connecting to the second story patio, that's no longer patio, so I think patio, the word patio should be struck, and these three words added, indoor seating area. And then scroll to the paragraph after the numbered items. In the second line where it says outdoor deck on the second floor of the Milton Marketplace building, comma, with a roof and windows, we should, after the word roof, add a comma and the word walls. And then the last sentence, instead of the word deck, the word space. And then lastly, the last sentence, Josh, on behalf of the planning board per a, and then I want to insert the date. You already have that, okay. That's it.
Changing the 14th, well,
March 14th, vote.
it was 14th, but now it's 28th. Today, it was
We voted,
approved on February 22nd.
but we voted on the 14th. So we took the vote, we're just approving this now, the language of it. I think it stays the 14th,
Okay, sorry, that's,
right?
You will need to take another vote to authorize Tim to execute.
we don't, that was my question.
Okay.
You do.
We do.
You didn't do that last time.
That's what I thought. So it is the 28th. That's why I was saying.
Well, so
Well, technically
on the
the-
14th, you took your 5-0 vote to approve, as stated, and then today, unrelated to the text of the decision, you'll vote to authorize Tim to execute this.
So then it says, "and executed by Tim." So those words should be stricken then, because we didn't actually take that vote? Or does that stay?
Or we just leave it like this and vote again and change the date to the 28th. Wrap it up.
That's what I thought.
Oh, because we already took that vote. Well, Tim, do you have any guidance on that?
What's the, did you or did you not take a vote to authorize me to execute it on the 14th?
It says in here that we did, so I thought that I wasn't raising a question. I was just suggesting the date be inserted because it hadn't been there in my
Yeah.
copy, but.
Yeah, I think that's, yeah, put that date in there.
My question is that we're we're amending it, so we're actually taking a new vote. So what this will be reflecting is the final vote and directing Tim
So
to sign on our behalf.
what I thought it would be was that we're just voting on the actual language of the decision. Because we voted to approve the site plan
Mm-hmm.
amendment already. So we're not reopening that vote. We're just doing a separate vote, I think.
But it's, okay. Just reading this, site plan approval.
Maybe add something like, and as amended on the 28th, or add today's date somewhere? Where does that look?
See,
Not
that we
clean.
did the vote, we
Right.
approved, and then we said we would, as always, we follow with the actual decision. We don't re-vote the original vote when we vote on the decision. We do a separate vote on the decision typically.
But the original decision was February 22nd, which would not change.
No, there was no decision on February 22nd. Like, you voted-
Approved by the approved by
Yeah.
the Milton Planning Board at its February 22nd, 2024 meeting by a vote of 5-0. And that's what's in here.
Right.
And then
That's
the
what,
question is, I don't believe you voted to authorize Tim, so we'll change it to the 28th
that's what I,
for you to take a vote this evening to
then
authorize
it's
Tim
clean.
to execute this.
All right, fine.
that's, okay. Yeah, that's, I think, the cleanest way.
And
All right,
somebody else
so-
can figure out that motion.
Make a motion to authorize Tim to sign for us regarding the 10 Bassett Street stairway?
But we have to, I think your motion has to be to approve
To approve the
decision
amend-
As
as amended.
As amended.
To approve the decision at
Decision
10
as
Bassett Street
amended.
as amended.
Correct.
So that. may I
So it's
add
the
one more
approval, I would
Okay,
say,
fire
the
away.
approval of 10 Bassett Street site plan approval amended, based, approved subject to amendments made on March 28th.
Can you repeat that?
That we are approving, all right, I'll give that, because we have the amendments that have been, Josh has put in, that it would be a vote to approve the 10 Bassett Street site plan approval amendment. A vote to approve the 10 Bassett Street site plan approval amendment, subject to updated amendments made on March 28th. That doesn't,
I think
Does that sound, you
The
want to,
first word amendment.
so. I-
yeah, because it's an amendment
I
to
would
amendment,
say
so.
what you maybe would be to the vote to approve the decision for the modification of the site plan approval as amended at this meeting, this date. So I think that's all we need.
Okay. Julia, did you get that? Sure she got it.
The recording.
Okay, great, you can watch the recording. Okay, great. So with that motion,
So second,
Could I have a second? And all in favor?
Aye.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, that was just to be clear. Thank you. Great.
I get the easy part.
I know. It was the amended amendment. All right. Great. Good thing we did that early in the evening, 'cause at 11:30. Good night. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Okay. Okay. Great. And now we can open the public hearing for 111 Highland Street, special permit, continued from March 14th, 2024. We can welcome the team to come forward.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the board. For the record, Ned Corcoran, on behalf of Northbridge Companies.
Mike.
Is that better?
Yes.
Okay, sorry about that. Ned Corcoran, counsel for Northbridge Companies, the applicant. I think tonight my understanding, we're on to discuss, to hear from the fire chief, who I know is here, to discuss traffic, construction management, review modifications to the landscaping plan that were filed following the last meeting, and then move on from there. And I don't know whether the board wants to take the chief first and give him a chance to speak, and then doesn't have to stick around for the rest of the meeting.
So he could leave, so he doesn't have to stick around. Yes.
You're trying to speak up, you can't be heard back here.
Oh, can you want to, maybe a different microphone? It might be a little bit difficult to hear. Thank you. We'll turn the sound up a little bit. But hi there. Welcome, Chief Madden.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you for coming. Great.
Yeah.
So, and we probably, if you could stick around for a little bit, we may have questions also from some of the residents and the neighbors. I know you have reviewed, the plans. We have our peer review consultant also. And if you would like to comment on your overall, opinion and approval of the project, from what we understand, you're supporting
So
this project.
I guess the process that I go through, going big time.
Right.
The process that we go through at the fire department is usually Mr. Swinski will bring a project for me and say forward in a couple of days and say, hey, take a look at this, review this, and I'll review it with Lieutenant Steve Italiano, the fire prevention officer, and we'll review it together. And what we do is we look at the overall plan, and then we kind of put it through its paces through. We follow the NFPA 1 code, which is basically the code that we follow. It's in accordance with the NFPA, and basically the code that all fire departments are supposed to follow throughout the country. And Massachusetts has its amendments, and that we do it. So we review that, and then we'll have a meeting, and we'll have a meeting with the project team, Mr. Reardon, Josh, and Tim. And we'll have the conversations, and we'll have those open conversations about what works and what doesn't work, and what's in code, what's not in code. So basically, the way I look at anything is, if it's in code, then it's good. I can't ask for anything more, and I certainly don't want anything less. I want to make sure that we're within code. And when you look at the site plan here, there are some things that when we first started this, that were a challenge, and working with Mr. Reardon, and I rely heavily on him on some of the finer points of it. So when you look at the access road per our code says it needs to be 20 feet wide. So check, it does, and it has to have an access of 13 feet 4 inches. Nothing overhead, so that's a check. The access road has to be within 50 feet of at least one door. So that first entrance, when you're in that circle, that check, it checks that box. Then no part of the building can be more than 150 feet away from the access road, unless it's a fully sprinkled building, and that can be up to 450 feet. So then when, taking a look at the overall project, the size of this building, it's going to be 100% fully sprinkled. And when we get into the building plans and the site, after the site plan, we work with the building inspector, Lieutenant Italiano, will go through everything to make sure that everything is within code. So as long as we know that, and again, the size of the building will require it to be fully sprinkled. So So when you look at that, yes, that checks that box. Everything is within 450 feet of the access roads as it goes around. Any access road over 150 feet has to have an adequate spot for the fire department to turn around in its largest vehicle. And that's where I lean on Mr. Reardon with the turning radius. He has the layout of our largest vehicle, the ladder truck. So we put that through the paces to make sure, and I'll tell you, you know, working with him when I first became chief, he educated me on a lot of things when, you know, talking about all the projects that we have worked on in the past. So when you look at that, you know, can we get around that circle? Yes, and I believe we worked a lot with the developer to make sure that the fire truck could get around that circle. And then as you go straight up, the fire truck can make that T-turn up and that upper lot, and that when you come into the project, the turn to the left, I believe that's like 146, 145 feet. So it's under that 150 feet. And one of the things that they worked with us was, I believe that went from 20 to 24 feet, so we actually had the extra width in case there's a truck coming out or we're going in or whatever would be there. So, and one of the other things that when you look at and talking with Mr. Reardon, when we're taking a look at this, especially with the turning radius of the fire trucks, is when, you know, exiting back onto Highland. If the road was at anywhere on Highland, when we come out of Spafford or any of it, and we turn onto Highland, we have to go into oncoming traffic. It's just the size of the vehicles, the narrow roadway that there is already there. If we kept that main entrance at 20 feet, we would have considerably had to go into the oncoming traffic to turn. Widening that out to the 24 feet allows us a better turning radius to get out of that space. So those are the things that we look at when we look at the site plan, and that's the site plan for anything. And that's the way we look at it. As long as everything is within those parameters, then we approve it.
It's a pretty accurate assessment, and the learning process is mutual. So you know, the way it usually goes is he has his issues, and then sort of I have things that are sort of practical considerations that may not be in the code. So for example, you know, 20 feet is all they had to provide for that side access road, but because of how constrained it was, because of all the activity that was down there, we said, well, it should be a little bit wider. They changed that. The big problem we had in the beginning was the fire truck couldn't make the turnaround at the circle without sort of transgressing into the parking spaces. So we had them change the geometry of that to make sure that the fire vehicle can comfortably make that turnaround, that circle. And same thing that the chief mentioned about the exiting movement from the driveway. It's always a bit of a balance, right? Because you have two things that are sort of at play or at odds. Is if you want to try to make the driveway, the radii so big that the fire truck can sort of comfortably make that turn, then it ends up with this really, really wide mouth that's not terribly safe when it comes to normal traffic, right? You have people taking the corner too fast, you have conflicts with pedestrians. So what we try to do, and we've always worked with the chief on this, is strike a balance between those two things, and I think we did that here.
Any questions from board members?
So I know that the fire department's understaffed.
Yes.
So I think on any day, we only have 11 staff members
Yes.
throughout the whole town.
Yes.
And so, as you know, we have all these 40Bs coming up, an additional 500 units. And I know you've written, you know, memos on those other 40Bs that they're not ideal situations, but you can make it work because that's what firemen do. They make it work. But my question is, how many calls a day do you anticipate from this size of a facility?
That's really hard to say. You know, at 78 beds and what is an emergency, what is not an emergency, you know, I would, you know, it's hard to speculate on that. You know, medical emergencies, one of the things about it, you know, when we talk about staffing, and yes, staffing, we are understaffed, and that's something that we're working on. You know, I approached the select board the other night to try and get a SAFER grant, and it's a highly competitive grant, you know, nationwide, to try and push us up to 12, and then we'll see what happens with all the other developments coming to see if we can actually push our staffing up to the NFPA code, you know, which is 17 firefighters on shift. So we're working with that. So when you look at a facility, and I'll be honest, I have not reached out to any of the other facilities, but I would call this very similar to 1200 Brush Hill Road or the hospice center. Probably the same kind of volume, and 1200 Brush Hill Road is a larger building. I don't exactly know how many beds. I think there are well over 100. What's that?
160.
160. So we probably go there 2-3 times a week. The hospice center probably once a week, maybe a little bit less than once a week. So 3 times a month. So it's hard to say on a given day. We could go there 10 times, and we could not go there for a year. So it all depends. It's a challenge to try and predict how busy we would be at that location.
Because I was watching the Warrant Committee meeting recently, and the Board of Health director reported that the hospice center has put an incredible amount of strain on her department because they have to process all the death certificates.
Yes.
And I feel like that is one unanticipated consequence or impact that we don't plan for. And I feel like having a facility this large, it will create another unanticipated impact on our town services. And as you know, we should have gone for an override this year, and we didn't go for an override this year. So there's probably going to be an operational override in the fall. So we're trying to plan for all the impacts that could come from this type of facility.
And I agree totally. That's something, but the emergency care of that is less. So and it'd be more medical transports out of this location than anything else. So and that is a challenge for myself. When I became chief, I had a conversation with somebody in town, and I said, one of the things I needed to do was to take a really good look at the fire department and see where we are and see where we're going in the future. What is the future going to bring for us? So that's a challenge, especially when we're building new firehouses. We don't want to be behind the 8 ball. I don't want to spend $30 million on new firehouses and all of a sudden be like, oh, they're already obsolete. We don't have room for this. We don't have room for that. So that's something that we've been really trying to look forward and, that crystal ball and, with whatever happens with the MBTA communities or, all the 40Bs, obviously the fire department is going to become a little bit busier, incrementally as these new buildings come in. And it's a challenge to say, well, this type of unit is going to say this is 40 calls or, so we're just busier every day anyways. Compared to last year, we're busier than last year. We're busier than the year before. We're busier than 20 years ago. Where the last time our staffing was up was 22 years ago, 23 years ago. So we're just as busy. We're busier than ever, and trying to project that out and to do it in a way. If we hired the 20 firefighters that we need right now, obviously the town's budget can't afford that. So trying to come up with different ways to increase our staffing that won't break the bank, and that's a challenge. So.
And I just know our elderly population is increasing, and it's a significant size. So this building is going to provide for our elderly population to live in. So I just want to make sure that they're getting the care that they deserve. So my other question is the size of the truck. I've kind of been, on the site. I think this plan has only taken into account like a 43-foot.
Yep.
And I know that there's plans for a new engine that will be smaller, I think. So my concern is because in my business, I have trailers coming in where the trailer's 53 feet long and then the cab is another 20. So I always like to plan for worst case scenario. So I think with all the new, construction going on, do you think that really we should have looked at the length of a 43 when we should have done the turning radius for much larger pieces of equipment, especially since Milton depends on mutual aid? So if Milton's largest truck or the truck that we planned for was only 43, like what is Boston bringing in or Randolph?
So I haven't given the new size to to the, to Sean or anybody. So it's still the larger truck that we have, the 100-foot aerial. So that truck, the longer truck, is the one that has been used. And it's the exact same size as anything in Boston, and the exact same size as anything in Randolph or Quincy or anything like that, so.
Yeah, and sometimes, keep in mind, sometimes the larger, longer trucks are actually more maneuverable because they can steer from the back. So
Quincy has the tiller, which is longer, but it has the rear, the tractor trailer type thing. So we have not until, and I was thinking about that, saying, oh, we could put this new one in, but we're going to keep the old ladder truck for a backup. So I never changed anything, and I've left the same, the one that we've used and the one that will be the backup for a long time, the longer vehicle. Yeah, I've left that in there, and I did not pull that number out, so.
Okay, so that's all I have for now.
It's a good one. I got a quickie.
Sure.
So I understand that each fire truck has its own turn radius.
Yes.
Is there any chance that a smaller truck that we own could have a larger turn radius than that largest truck that you just mentioned?
No, the technology is becoming incredibly, when we were trying out the new, we're getting a new tower ladder, and our members went out and tried, driven around Randolph's new tower or Boston's tower, which ours mimics Boston. It's the exact same specifications that Boston has. And they were just stunned at the greater turning radius with the new vehicles. But so the ladder truck is the one that is the hardest to do.
Okay.
The new tower will have a better turning radius and steering radius. It's just, they were like, it's amazing. You can do this with 2 fingers, and it's just, the technology is amazing. So the ladder truck that we have right now, it's a 2006. So that is the most challenging vehicle that we have, and that's the one that would be the most difficult, so.
And it also has the bigger overhangs. So the software that we use for analyzing the turning movements actually knows how far the ladder extends past the front of the cab, knows how far the bumpers extend past the wheels. So the software actually allows you to track the paths of those 2 things. So it's really robust, and we generally try to use the vehicle. All those metrics are in the software. So if you pick the vehicle, whether it's an E1 or an Arrow, it actually tells you everything, like the lockout angles of the wheels, the dimensions of the wheelbase. So all of that feeds into the figures that are drawn in the computer to distinguish the path that they take. Cool. So we usually pick. It ends up being the vehicle that has the widest or the biggest turning radius. So most often, like a tractor trailer has an inside turning radius of about 42 feet. Right? The longer the truck, the bigger the path they sweep in doing that, because the rear end sticks out a little further. But it's that radius that generally controls which is the vehicle that we use.
Good.
And a lot of times what we will do is if a developer or someone that runs a project that has any kind of questions on that, they'll have us come out and we'll actually go on site and we'll drive the ladder truck or the engine around different spaces to make sure that we can fit in there. And if we need to make any last minute adjustments, they'll work with us.
Okay. All right. Just trying a worst case scenario.
No, and that's why I left that. That's why I left
Good.
that bigger vehicle in there, because I was like, oh, I can change this out, but it's not coming for another year, year and a half. So then it's like, well, we're also going to keep it, so we might as well keep the longer vehicle in with
beautiful
plans.
Yeah, and that was one of the things that we asked the applicant to do. The original analysis was just a sort of a cartoon of boxes of the truck going through the site, and we were like, no, that's not adequate. You need to run an auto turn analysis. So they actually went out and got someone to do the auto turn analysis.
Yeah, I know. I saw it in the big plans that they originally gave us. So,
yeah. I mean, the software even allows you to sort of put in a speed. So it decides how much flexibility to give that dimension based on the speed of the vehicle. So for example, if I'm tracking a tractor trailer through a parking lot, I can tell it whether to do it for 5 miles an hour or 10 miles an hour. If you do it for 10 miles an hour, it gets bigger.
Sure.
Right? So it's a pretty powerful tool.
Cool. Good. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay. Is there anyone, any of the neighbors, while you're here, because I don't want to keep
absolutely.
you, I thought it might be good just to, if there's anyone from the public who would like to ask any questions at this time while the chief is here and we have our consultant, please feel free to join us. Yeah. Thank you. Name for the record, welcome.
Great. Thank you. My name is Dan Hill. I'm an attorney for the neighbors on Spafford Road. And I just had a question, I guess, on the fire code length that the chief just mentioned. The 450-foot requirement, so that the regulation says that fire department access roads must be provided such that any portion of the building is located not more than X number of feet from a fire access road, and you said it was 150.
Yes.
But then if you have sprinklers,
450.
but that's the NFPA standard. Is that the Massachusetts standard?
Yes, that's what we go by.
Because I've got the Massachusetts regs, and I've always, I'm not trying to challenge you. I've always
Challenge.
no, and I've been doing this in several towns when we look at these projects, and I've always had the mass regs in front of me, and I've got the current mass reg that says it's 250, not 450. So I think my understanding is that the mass reg, and that's true with a lot of the so the NFPA is a model code that every state in the country adopts, and then each state can basically make it more strict, make certain provisions more strict. And Massachusetts has made several provisions more strict. And my understanding is that they made this provision more strict by saying the distance is 250. So
Which standard, which year is that?
I just opened it from the link from the state's website.
If I could respond to that, so that the response is in my memo. So that's section 18, which deals with fire access. The very first paragraph of section 18 says this section does not apply to towns that have accepted subdivision control law. So section 18 of the Massachusetts section does not apply to towns that have accepted subdivision control law. In those towns, it's presumed to be within the authority of the
Already happened, just jurisdiction.
the fire chief. So we revert back to the NFPA, which allows the fire chief jurisdiction and establishes the 450 feet.
And Milton adopted the subdivision control law in 1966.
But this project does not come under the subdivision.
Correct. But
But because the town has the law, that's the standard.
Well, that particular section of the Massachusetts revisions to the federal code doesn't apply. I mean, you're still protected because it's the national fire code that covers all these issues first, and then Massachusetts sort of adds on where they deem appropriate. But in this situation, so if a town hasn't accepted subdivision control law, then everything after that paragraph would apply. They'd be subject to the 250 that Attorney Hill mentioned.
And that's what the state fire marshal has said? That's how they interpret this?
This is just my read of the initial language.
Even though this is not a subdivision?
It doesn't speak to applicability. It says the section doesn't apply to towns that have accepted the subdivision control law.
Which is pretty much every town in the state, so.
And can a town override that if they feel like the safety of a site is in question?
The authority having jurisdiction, if I felt that it was a 30-story building and we needed to, thousands of people in there, yes, we could sit there and say, yes, you need to do this, you need to do that.
Okay. So you're the
Authority having jurisdiction.
the overseer, sort of.
And it works both ways, too. I don't think I've ever done a project where the fire chief hasn't got what the fire chief wanted, regardless of whether it was required by code or not. So it's usually, to Chief Madden's point, just because the code says it, that's a minimum standard, right? If he thinks he needs something to do the job and he asks for it, the expectation is that the applicants would do everything to provide it.
Okay, and then with respect to the requirement that fire access roads can't be constructed where a fire apparatus would have to cross the center line, we're all in agreement that that is being violated here, though, right? And we're just making an exception, is that right?
I believe in this case, anything turning on and off of Highland due to the age of that road is going to, you would never be able to have something in there like, we were saying, it would have to be a 40-foot wide or a 30-foot wide, whatever the number is, to get out there safely. And, we do it coming outside here to Canton Ave. We the front bumper does kind of go into the opposite side of traffic. So we're very careful in everything that we do. So we try to limit that. And that's one of the things that we worked on with this project, is to make sure that was a little bit wider than what was called for.
Okay, thanks.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, and that kind of goes back to just the history of the town, that you know, it was never anticipated that a facility of this size would be on certain historic ways. So Highland Street is a historic way. So we all understand to make it safe, and that's what your job is to make it safe. But it comes back to the question, is it the correct site for the size of this building? And that's not under your jurisdiction. So you're making it safe for what you need to do. But then the question is, for us, is it the appropriate site for this type of size?
My only input to that would be that the planning board adopted a master plan that called for a project like this at this site, and town meeting approved it by zoning it. So the town made a decision that was conscious about what should be developed at this site.
And I just had a question, because you originally referenced working with the building department, which is great when everyone can work together. At what point do you anticipate speaking with the building department on, sidewalks, in different ADA compliance and things that you were...
That is 100% on them, on their codes,
right.
The building codes. When the plans are submitted for permit, they will send the fire protection to Lieutenant Vitaliano,
okay.
And then he'll have an opportunity to review it and make his notes and answer back to make sure that everything is at that
Would
point.
it be helpful for you to see, if there were final plans before the permit, that you could have conversations and...
So once they
review
apply
it
for the
earlier,
permit,
I guess.
it goes back and forth.
Okay.
The electrical inspector will look at it, the plumbing inspector will look at it, we'll look at it, and if we have any kind of questions or anything like that, then we'll make the notes and go back with
Okay.
The building department wouldn't issue a building permit until all of those issues have been resolved at that point.
Right.
But those issues aren't even going to be raised until well beyond this board is finished with its business.
Okay.
So, question.
That's what, referring to your, sorry.
No, Chief, in my experience as an architect working on projects, the requirement for the fire protection system, there might be a flow test required to see if there's adequate pressure for the sprinkler system that's being designed at the facility. Would that be required at the same time that you're reviewing those plans to make sure there's adequate water supply for both the domestic and the fire protection here?
Yes, once all the plans get submitted to us, and then we'll make sure that everything is supposed to be, where it's supposed to be. And like I said, Lieutenant Vitaliano will review those plans, talk to the building inspector, and make sure that we're all on the same page, because that also has a lot to do with them, to make sure that there is adequate water to serve the building, and then make sure that there is enough for fire protection.
And then again, in some jurisdictions where I work, there's a separate line required for the fire protection,
Yep.
separate from the domestic. So is that the same as the requirement here?
It would, yes. We sign off on, he'll review all that, sign off on that, and then make sure, before we do the acceptance test, they'll make sure that the sprinkler's working and there's a proper flow. We did with our own firehouse that now is sprinkled and has a sprinkler system now, so we make sure that it has the proper flow, working with the fire protection engineers. And
So it would be at that time that the adequacy of the water supply, where it's being connected to, would be determined?
I believe, so that would probably be well before it gets to us. I'm sure the engineers that design the building will test all that and making sure that it has water there. So if it says that it's supposed to flow so much water, then when we go there and we test it, if it doesn't, then we don't sign off on it, so.
I guess what I'm just trying to get at is the adequacy of the utilities is going to come in the permitting process.
Yes.
In terms of having the adequacy of the water in this particular line of questioning is just for both the fire protection, obviously, because we're relying on the fire protection for the safety of the
Yes.
of the occupants of the building, right? So-
Yes, and just, building the firehouse, learning a lot of this stuff, and, they needed to make sure that the engineers needed to make sure that we had enough water going there and saying, this is the size of the pipe, this is what you need to flow and everything, so.
Included with the building permit plans will be a stamped design of the fire protection system. So as part of that design, the design engineer, the fire protection designer, is going to have to evaluate the water supply to make sure there's adequate pressure. I think we did a fire flow test. You do what's called a fire flow test to say, to to go out in the system right now and you basically flow a hydrant to see what the pressure drop would be, to make sure that you can provide water for a fire at a certain volume without dropping pressure in the neighborhood. And I think you guys did that.
I don't think I'm not aware of the fact that having done that, but that's certainly, the DPW would have to review those plans and sign off on availability of water as well.
And usually in more urban settings, it's not usually an issue because you've got a sort of a robust interconnected network where things are fed from all different directions. But they'll have to do that as part of the fire protection design.
So that should be a condition of our, or is that?
It's absolutely, it's fundamental to the fire protection design. There's no way you can do the fire protection design without a fire flow test.
It's a condition of the application for the building permit.
Yep.
I just want to bring in these questions up because the residents and the neighbors who might have questions about this, I want them to understand how the process works. So if it was found that there was some deficiency, then they would either have to be remedied or the permit wouldn't be issued, right?
Exactly.
Okay.
It's a very normal process. One of the first things that'll be done is they will do a hydrant flow test. They'll understand what the flow is, and the fire protection engineer will then design a system that is able to provide fire protection based on the flow of the hydrant. Normal process. It'll happen pretty early on.
Yeah.
So,
Well, and just again, for residents, if there's not adequate pressure, there can be a fire pump that's installed, or as part of the fire protection system to increase the pressure for the facility. Again, I just want folks to understand there's a lot of permitting that's still required in the building permit stage.
Yeah, and it's very detailed too. Yeah. So, I mean, right now, it seems like there's a lot of information being shared, but once they get past this point, if they do, there's a lot of detailed design that has to happen. I mean, the fire code itself dictates where every little sprinkler needs to go. So, all that has to be detailed as part of the building permit package.
do you know if the hospital the fire service is fed off Highland?
I don't.
No.
I think I know we get the false alarms every once in a while. If there's a water main break on Highland, we will experience, the hospital will come in fire alarm wise, but I'm not sure if it's just one side or if it comes off of, but I believe it may be off of Highland.
Yeah, it would make more sense, Chief, because climbing from Reedsdale uphill wouldn't make a lot of sense. But the reason I bring it up is if there's adequate flow to service the hospital on Highland Street, there'd certainly be adequate flow to service this facility.
I would expect to. I mean, the hospital might have services from two separate connections, but
Could.
To Cheryl's point, there are solutions for all those issues, whether it's a cistern, whether it's a pump. So there are design solutions for all of those things.
Yeah, and I think, Cheryl, you bring up, these are good questions because there have been a number of questions around access via fire vehicles, Chief, and also is there available water to service it? So they're good for the residents to hear. I agree with you.
I think, if I may, one other issue that I have heard is what happens if there is an emergency. I understand that this is a shelter-in-place facility, much like Fuller Village, Unquity House, et cetera. Can you describe what that means and how that works?
Any type of larger building, residential building, we prefer shelter in place. If the fire alarm goes off, we don't need, like Fuller Village. If everybody tried to exit their house at the same time, their stairwells would then become clogged, so we could not get up the stairs to find out what is the problem. So what we ask is most places, the hospital, shelter in place, 1200 Russell Road, shelter in place. If there's an actual incident, we'll stop moving or evacuating people to where we need to. And what we typically do in a building like this, at the hospital, is we're just going to take them from one space and move it to the next wing and try and handle the situation we have. And then, if it's bigger or anything like that, then we obviously, rely on mutual aid or anything like that. And, so the emergencies would be, for a fire alarm would be shelter in place. Obviously, if it's a medical emergency, we'll make sure that we get in there and have room for the ambulance to get out. So. We have a lot of buildings that are shelter in place right now in the town.
Great, thank you very much. Any other questions from anyone here tonight? Jean, do you want to? Yes. grateful.
Hello, everyone. Gina, 120 Highland Street, Milton.
Welcome, thank you.
Hi, Chief. Nice to
How are
meet
you? Nice to meet you.
I'm well, thanks. And thank you for being here. Chief, I had a few questions, but before I even start, first of all, I'm the biggest fan in the world of police, fire, and all first responders.
Thank you.
So please don't take anything I may say as a criticism.
I was going to say there's a but there, right?
Maybe there is, maybe there isn't. Okay, so I'm trying to understand the subdivision control law and the, what do you call it, the fire prevention code, that the subdivision control law controls when it's in place?
To be honest with you, I'm not up to speed on that.
Okay.
Basically, the way I have the NFPA code in front of me, the book that I have,
Right.
is the code that I have in front of me, and that's what I look up, and that's what I have.
Right.
So there are different editions of it, and different editions have been passed.
Sure.
So I was just curious on that edition that we referred to. Was it the 2018 edition or the 2021 edition of that code? Well, the 2021 edition was not passed or adopted in Massachusetts, and I forget, it was just probably a year or two ago. So it may not have been enforced at the time when we first started talking about this project. So I'll have to double check on that math. But as far as the subdivision, I'm not exactly sure what
Sure.
that law is.
Well, a few years ago when this application was first presented, maybe 4 years ago, myself and other neighbors contended as to what Maggie's point was, that, I think everyone's pro-memory clinic and pro-healthcare. However, this site is not the proper site for it. And I stated to Mr. Corcoran and the applicants that I thought this site lacked the proper infrastructure to be safe for the public. And going through different rules and regulations, under Chapter 18, it says the minimum inside turning radius of a fire department access road shall be 25 feet. That's the minimum inside. The outside is 45 feet. Now, how does the fire truck make the minimum 45 feet with a road that's only 27 feet? I don't believe that is safe for the general public. I think you guys can do it with multiple turns and finagling the truck, but I don't think that is optimal for public safety. I think it's a huge detriment.
And that's why we rely on the radius, the turning radius.
Right.
That.
And in the Chapter 18, it says that the authority having jurisdiction may well increase the minimum inside turning radius to accommodate his vehicles. You can increase these numbers, but you're not to decrease these numbers. And to me, these numbers are decreased across the board throughout the whole place. If we get back to the turning radius, and this is really your purview, but it's the engineers, the corners are supposed to have 25-foot diameter corners. Right now, your fire truck, God forbid you had to go up there, and you try to take the turn coming from Town Hall to the right, you're going to be all over the sidewalk on Highland Street, which to me isn't, again, optimal to make the corner in there, because the front of your truck is going to be staring at that retaining wall. And the retaining wall, I don't think is even a good retaining wall either. We said a couple of weeks ago at a different meeting that these blocks were gravity blocks. And gravity blocks are different from fire safety barriers, or excuse me, road safety barriers, which are the typical metal guardrails that we're all used to. And when the state and localities put them in, they drive them way in the ground. They're inside cement. But this block wall, if you're coming around the corner and it's slippery, you got a truck that weighs maybe 50 tons, and you're going to hit 4 or 5 blocks that weigh maybe 2.5 tons. I can envision those blocks going in the water and your men going with it. And it's about a 12-foot drop. And I think if it's a car or an SUV, that thing's not only going to go down 12 feet, it's going to flip upside down in the water. And again, I don't think this allows for public safety in any way.
So we will, and working with Mr. Reardon and making sure we do that auto turn diagram and making sure we've worked those corners to make sure that
Yes,
the ladder truck.
And in here, in your code, it says it's required. And my request, and I think a lot of neighbors, and maybe these board members, would appreciate it if we could actually do it right here up on the screen so we can all see the cars and trucks go through. Now, another part of Section 18 says that if this access road can be blocked, let's say your truck's trying to take the corner and something happens, now the entire access to this development is blocked and there's no secondary emergency access road.
Right.
Again, to me, this is not safe for the general public. I mean, the firemen can survive it okay, I'm sure. But again, I think this is poor planning on the engineer's part, not yours. And then down at Winter Valley, I had said to the applicants back when they were doing it, to me, my reading of the code is they don't even have a legitimate sewer. They want to tie into Spafford Road. I believe it's out of bounds according to the state law. But that's not your thing. But I also said, I thought the access road in there should break through into Winter Valley. So if you folks had to get out of there in an emergency, you could go straight through.
And that was one of the concerns we had when we talked about making the access road wider, to make sure that we do have access in and out. If we are in there and somebody needs to leave in a hurry, we have that extra space to make sure that we can get out of that space.
Yeah, and I saw this, I have a chart of this fire access road plan that you guys have with all the little red trucks going around it.
Yes.
And I have a number of concerns about that delivery zone. This is not really your problem, but OSHA says that access road should be 26 feet wide because trucks backing into the loading zone need to wiggle a little bit to straighten themselves out. But where you folks come in as well is if you were to go down that access road, I assume you're going to go in nose first, that you're not going to back down it.
We will.
But all the delivery trucks, and again, this could be a potential accident, it's a blind corner for them backing up. You've backed up, I imagine, those fire trucks. And every rule from OSHA says these streets should be at right angles. The town of Milton's bylaws say these streets should be at right angles. But to put it at the angle the engineers have it is the worst case scenario. You're asking drivers to back up these big, huge trucks with people who have mental issues, a lot of them, and they can't see. And there's no spotter here for your trucks or for the delivery trucks. And again, I think that's suboptimal. And again, I think if you were at a different location, like say up a Pepsi Cola plant, and Northbridge wanted to do this development up there, I feel it would be 10 times safer across the board.
Anytime our vehicles back up, we have a firefighter has to be a spotter.
Yeah.
Anytime.
However, the delivery trucks are going to be there a lot more than you folks, and they don't have any. And again, that's not your purview, but I'm just talking general public safety.
I'm just going on the code that I see,
Right.
you know.
Do you have backup cameras?
Code.
Some of the trucks have backup cameras. The new ones will have backup cameras. Some of the older ones do not.
Gotcha.
And my reading of this code is, again, as the neighbors and myself said initially, this is just the wrong site for this development. It lacks the infrastructure. And by infrastructure, we meant roads. As you go down Highland Street, and you, I'm sure, know this well, when cars are coming in the opposite directions, it's a nightmare because there's just not enough room on those roads for your trucks and the average passenger cars. Every single telephone pole has giant hunks taken out of it, and that memory clinic like this, I even called the owner of the memory clinic a few years ago when Fontbonne was saying the convent was up for sale. I said, it's 70 units, you should consider that. And I think you would agree, it's much safer, even where you guys consider the other firehouse on the corner of Center Street and Brook Road. If you're turning off of Brook Road, and that's what today's code is, for these big developments, they want it to be off of like a Randolph Ave or a Brook Road, a street that's 50 feet wide, 60 feet wide, that can accommodate your equipment and everyone else's safely. And we just don't, as you say, it's not your fault, not mine, not Ned's. We got a 21-foot wide road on Highland Street. And I just think it's terribly unsafe. And again, the code says if one truck can possibly block the entrance, we need a secondary access road. We just don't have it. I thought when Ned held up these meetings several months ago, I didn't know why. I thought for sure you're somehow going to come back in, knowing that I'd gone over this stuff previously, and come in with an access road, like say where the old barn is, coming in on an angle, something like that. Or he's going to have struck an agreement with Winter Valley to have some arrangement, sort of a mutual aid. But when I look at this new little development off of Ford Ranch Road, where they got like 5 or 6 houses in there, you folks have a giant, like 50-foot lollipop turnaround, which to me is far more efficient for you folks to get in and out than these T-shaped turnarounds. And again, is it doable? Yes. Is it in the best interest of public safety? I don't think so. I don't think anyone in this room thinks so. I think, going back to Maggie's point, it's just not the right site. And that's been many of the neighbors' contention all along. And I know you guys, as Sean was saying at a meeting several months ago, you guys are go-getters, and you guys don't take no for an answer. And if there's an emergency, you'll get there somehow, by hook or by crook. But I think everyone agrees that, see, the code says, and the code doesn't have a dog in this fight. The code says you guys need safely 25 feet on your inside radius, 45 feet on your outside, that you as the authority having jurisdiction can increase it, but you can't decrease it. And we don't have 45 feet at all. We got 27.
Thank you. I think this is a good point, maybe for...
And just for clarification.
Yeah, to respond.
The size of the radius of that circle is probably about 35 feet, so the inside radius is about 35 feet. The outside is probably closer to 65 feet. So, the radius of the curve and the width of the road are two totally different things. So
I'll make a couple quick final points, if I may. Now, I understand that the sprinkler systems give you guys all kinds of leeway as far as changing certain things. But I think a lot of people would agree, God forbid you have a gas leak, a sprinkler system's virtually useless. If you have a chemical leak, a sprinkler system's useless. Now you have 70 people who need assistance probably leaving there. For starters, we only have about 25 employees in place, trying to get 75 out of there. When the first responders come in, when you folks come in with these giant fire trucks, you only got 2 or 3 guys on the truck, maybe 4. How are we going to get the 75 out of there safely, and you folks handle the emergency at the same time? And so now you have to, in my opinion, rely on the police and others to assist you. And this whole place is going to be congested like crazy. And even, I imagine the most advanced, the best spot for you to pull up a fire truck to break your holes on the roof, to vent it in case of a fire, that sort of thing, is right in front of the front door. However, our crosswalks are right in front of the front door. So now these poor people, they don't have a sidewalk. I suggested at our last meeting that when, God forbid, there's an emergency, and just for, I think, public accommodation, human nature is to resist walking any further than you have to. So I think if in a panic or some sort of emergency, everyone's going to flee that door and bang a right up towards Highland Street, because there's no point going to the back parking lot because there's no shelter, there's nothing there. But there's no sidewalk on the right-hand side. And again, you folks respond to accidents every day, car accidents all over the place. I hear the radio. And in this case, we have no grass strip protecting the people on the sidewalk. We have no shade trees, again, which add a little further protection to the people on the sidewalk. There's just, I see this as the developers putting profits over public safety all across the board around every inch of this thing. And I think if they were in the back of Cunningham Park, say where the old Milton convalescent home was, I don't know if you're aware of that, that's a much safer site. I think the Pepsi-Cola would be a much safer site for you and your men. I think the American Legion Post, I think the Egan Center, you can go on and on. When you have the resources that this developer has, everything's for sale. To me, if they wanted to buy Cunningham Park, they could probably do it in a heartbeat. So I don't think this location is the right one. I think they should choose another one. I thought, as I say, they should have bought Fontbonne, and the house behind it got torn down. That would have made a great parking lot. And access off of Brook Road is far more appropriate than access off of Highland Street. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Wait, can I ask one more question?
Yep.
So how many pieces of first responder equipment can fit on the site at any one time?
It depends on what the emergency is. If the building's on fire, the sprinkler system is designed to keep the fire in check. And if the fire is in check, then, we do have 3 engines and a ladder and a deputy chief, and there is room up there for each one of them. But really the most important ones that would be the ladder and the first due engine. The first due engine would feed the standpipe or the sprinkler system, and that would, hook into a hydrant, and those are the ones. Everything else is just carrying people and equipment, so that could all stay out in Highland or move out of the way. And to your point, when we look at any building in town, and one of the things we like to do is what we call a pre-incident plan. We like to look at the building and say, okay, if this building was on fire, how are we going to respond to this? Or if we have a medical emergency, how are we doing that? We actually, talking to the training officer today, we were talking about some of our parks. You know what I mean? Like, when we go to Kelly Field, we get a call for a person down in Kelly Field. Well, there's 17 different ways to get into Kelly Field, which is the easiest way. So we look at these situations and looking at this building, how would we do this? And we would plan it. And as our response would be the standard response going to that building. And that's what we would do. We would make sure we handle those emergencies that way. And, the men and women of the fire department are really, really good at their job. And thank you. I appreciate your kind words on that. And they know how to handle an incident like this. You know what I mean? We have the training and they have the abilities to command. Our shift commanders are very, very good at incident command. One of the things we would rely on is mutual aid. If this building was on fire and we had to do a mass evacuation of it, then we would rely on our mutual aid partners and making sure. And they're very good when they're arriving on scene to work with that incident commander to say, okay, I need you to do this. Leave your truck here, bring your tools. So one of the incidents that I was actually at probably not too long ago was the evacuation of the Brockton Hospital. You're talking 225 people. And it took a long time to get that done. And you're talking, we have a 10
Did you do it with one sidewalk?
What's that?
Did you do it with one sidewalk?
We basically did it with one sidewalk because the backside of the building was on fire. So we were limited to one side of that building and no power anywhere in that building because it was an electrical fire. So we managed to evacuate 220 people out of that building, some very, very acute sicknesses, illnesses, and we did it in probably about 6 to 8 hours to making sure, and it was a major undertaking, and one of those things. So when you look at a building like this, when we look at the Unquity House, we look at Fuller Village, we look at all these buildings, right? Any of those buildings, if we have to evacuate them, are going to be a major undertaking.
But if I may just say this, because you just caused some thoughts to go through my head. So if you had 250 people and it took you 6 to 8 hours, is it safe to assume 70 people, we're talking 1 to 2 hours?
Maybe.
In the event of an emergency? And again, with a tight sidewalk, when your trucks are coming in, your bumpers overhang the sidewalk, but these people have to get out.
Right, and we wouldn't,
other
in
equipment.
this situation, it wouldn't be more of a sidewalk. These people probably would not be walking out. It would be an ambulance task force, and we would take them out via ambulance. And we would make sure, so we have that 24-foot wide, so we would make sure that we keep that access open to get into that space and out of that space to
Well, even on the ladder trucks, I understand the code is that if you have to extend the ladder, you're supposed to have a 26-foot wide area to do so. Again, I don't see where you have that in any place here.
26-foot wide, no, I don't think our outriggers are 26 feet wide. They 8, maybe 4 feet on each side, so.
I know, but I think they're also expecting people to be able to get around you when you have the outriggers out, when you put the outriggers out and your truck is what, 8.5 feet wide?
Yep. And they
your
come up
outriggers go out about 3 feet on either side?
3 feet on either side, yes.
So
And I will tell you that.
14 feet, so you need, about 22 just for a car if he's rubbing against your outriggers.
And, we are very well trained in doing that,
But the general public who might want to get out isn't.
We would make sure that we work with the general public, and if we take access, then we'll take access. If we block that road, we block that road. And
Well, again, I just want to thank you for your service and thank this board for the generous amount of time.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much. And
So
Dave-
more room is always better.
More room is always
always
better,
better.
but yes,
Yeah.
it's just one of those things that, it's part of the job that we do it. You look at plenty of spaces in this town, there is not enough room for.
Right, and those are established places, but when we're talking about new developments.
Right.
Usually you tend to overbuild to make sure that you can take into consideration worst-case scenarios.
Right.
So more is always better, and that's why Conservation signed off to give you more. And that's another problem I have, but, so, yeah, but more is always better, not just a little bit more.
All right. Thank you. And Dan, you had one more question, and then we'll
Yeah, I just had a quick
move
question
to
on the
our
turning
next
radius
subject.
issue.
Yep.
Because I think that was what Gene was trying to get at. I think what Gene was trying to say was not that the turning radius on the circle was insufficient, but the turning radius at the intersection of the driveway and Highland Street. Do we know what the turning radii is what is proposed at that intersection? Do we know what that is?
25 feet.
I don't know the size of the radii. It's probably in the order of 15 to 20
25
feet. But again, that's the inside curb radii.
Right.
The path that the truck takes in making the turn doesn't follow that curb line. It takes a different shape, and that's what the auto turn analysis is for.
Right, but what the fire code requires is the inside turning radius has to be a minimum of 25 feet.
So the vehicles that we use, I don't think any of them have a 25-foot inside turning radius.
Right, but-
I think they're all in the order of 32 feet, 33 feet. So the vehicles that we're analyzing aren't capable of making a 25-foot radius, so the swept radiuses that you see on the plans are all bigger than 25 feet.
No, I understand, but I think the point, though, is that this street, Highland Street, is narrow, and the trucks have to go across the center line to be able to make these turns. I think that's the overall point here, is that the turning radius combined with the narrowness of the street creates a situation where you don't have good access. It's not optimal access. Whereas if you're doing this on Brook Street or Randolph Ave, you would have much more room to be able to turn trucks in and out of the
And
driveway.
I agree, that is not optimal, and working with the developer, they did make sure, when the first came out, it was impossible to get in there. So then they made it wider, and we worked the turns to make sure that we could get in there.
Yeah,
And
but you've got wetlands on both sides. and I think that's-
It's a balance, right? So if Highland Street was really narrow, which it is, you could physically make the driveway wider and the curb the radii bigger.
You can't, though, because because you have wetlands on both sides.
So you just have a larger impact. You have to mitigate more. The idea is it's counterproductive, because for the 30 some odd feet or 25 some odd feet that they have to cross the Highland Street center line with their lights on, with traffic stopped, it doesn't make sense to design a condition that's going to serve every day and complicate things every day, to have an overwide driveway and an overwide mouth that potentially presents other issues. And our concern is that if you make the roadway too wide or the driveway too big, that incentivizes people to drive too fast on a daily basis, and it's a less safe condition. So we try to strike a balance between those two. And the balance we struck is that we think it's permissible for the truck, as it's coming in, to make a slight turn across the center line to get into the driveway, in lieu of an over-wide driveway and an over-large curb radii at the entrance.
Yeah.
Great, thank you. All right, Chief, thank you. I think, are there any other questions from the board on this?
I'm good.
Good, okay. All right. Thank you so much
Thank
for
you. I
coming and
appreciate it.
everything that you are doing
Josh,
for the
good luck.
town. We really appreciate it.
Appreciate you.
Okay, great. All right. And now, who do you have for traffic? Are you? And we do have a presentation also from Minette, so that I know, and we'll have other speakers, but if we would like to open it up first to.
We have a brief PowerPoint presentation. I'd ask for Scott Thornton and Derek Roach to be promoted, and I think Derek is going to make the presentation. It's fairly brief.
I don't know Mr. Thornton.
You don't have, he had a conflicting hearing tonight, so if he wasn't going to make it, it was going to be Derek Roach.
Anyone else on your team that I should promote?
Well, at this point, I would promote
Sashi and Paul.
Sashi, Paul, Eric Green, just so that if they need to answer questions, they're able to do that.
All right, great.
Hello, Derek Roach here. Can you hear me?
Derek, I can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, now we can. Thank you.
Sorry about that. I had a little difficulty there. Yes, Derek Roach with Vanessa Associates here. Do we have the PowerPoint?
Coming up just a sec.
Yeah, so the first slide here, we're just going to go over a little bit of the history of what we've done thus far so far. So we conducted a traffic study that was prepared and responsive to the scope coordinated with the planning board on December 8th, 2022. With that study, we reviewed traffic impacts during 3 time periods: weekday morning, weekday evening, and weekday midday. Based on the traffic generation on the existing comparable facility operated by the applicant, traffic study presented to the planning board on March 16, 2023. Responses to planning board comments provided on April 3rd, 2023. Project resulted in minor delay increases at study area locations. Applicant identified measures to address. Project presented to Traffic Commission on April 27th, 2023. The town's peer reviewer consultant provided comments on May 9th, 2023. Study update presented to Planning Board on June 8th, 2023, and project presented to the town staff on June 28th. It's June 8th, 2023 for the Planning Board and June 28th, 2023 for the town staff. Next slide, please. So the traffic study consisted of 6 intersections. We looked at Reedsdale Road, at Central Street and Canton Avenue. Canton Avenue at Thatcher and Highland. Canton Avenue at Gulliver Street, Canton Avenue at Guile Road, Highland at Spafford, and Highland at Buckingham Road. Next slide, please. The trip generation, like we said earlier, was based on a count of a nearby facility in Newport that's controlled by the applicant. That study showed that the facility would have 288 daily trips, 15 trips during the weekday morning peak hour, and 36 trips during the weekday afternoon peak hour, and 21 trips during the weekday evening peak hour. Now trips, each vehicle coming to the site has an ingoing and outgoing trip, so those are 288 daily trips is really only 144 vehicles per day to the site. Next slide, please. We presented some recommendations. We said the driveway is to be posted with a left turn only exit sign. All delivery employees and visitor traffic will be instructed to use Canton Avenue as access to Highland Street. Employees and regular delivery personnel would be required to sign a site access and egress acknowledgement form, which would essentially say that they will use the access via Canton Street to get to Highland. We will enforce that via video monitoring to ensure compliance with that restriction. The applicant will review need to modify employee shifts to minimize the effect on existing traffic. Potential traffic calming measures on ladder streets were reviewed with the Planning Board, Traffic Commission, and town staff with no clear conclusions. Applicant to coordinate with town on implementing signal timing adjustments in Canton Street intersection with Highland and Thatcher Street. Next slide, please. We also proposed some TDM measures. The applicant will assign a on-site transportation coordinator to assist with transportation issues for staff and residents. That will include work to encourage alternative transportation, including posting public transportation schedules for the existing MBTA bus routes number 240 and 245 and the BAT route 12 on Reedsdale Road. identify van pool and carpool resources through the Bay State Commute Program, review services available through Neponset Valley Transportation Management Association for possible membership. We're going to provide bicycle parking and EV charging stations on site in the proximity to the building access points. Next slide, please. We looked at the site distance for the driveway for vehicles entering and exiting. Based on the recommended distances based on the speeds on the road on Highland Road, they need 309 looking to the west and 276 looking to the east. We're providing 500 plus in each direction. The next slide is just another visual of this where they're showing the visual description of it. The top line would be the sight line of people looking into and from the site, and the bottom line is any visual obstruction, roadway or otherwise. And as you can see, the top line has no obstruction from the bottom line, so there's clear sight distance in both directions as recommended. And I pass it back on to either questions or whoever's next to present.
Great. Any questions from the board of those items that we have discussed? Just for the board, and then I'll offer.
I just have one question. The video monitoring of the traffic that leaves the site, who monitors that?
We would, the applicant would monitor it and would agree to a condition that said they would report the effects of that monitoring on a regular basis to the town. But they'll be monitoring it daily, weekly, and monitoring both entry and exit because they can pick up who's coming in and from what direction, and certainly monitoring traffic as it leaves. And we think that's a pretty strong and enforceable way to pay attention to the notion that traffic needs to come up and down the hill from Canton Avenue to the site driveway.
Yeah, I think it makes, I mean, obviously it makes sense. It's what we've heard from the residents. I guess, you know, and I'm sure the residents probably would like to understand how does that all work. You know, the violator is probably, if there is a violator, an employee of the monitor. You know, and how do you discourage it? You know, you know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But, you know, first and foremost, this applicant wants to be a good neighbor of the town.
Yep.
And it's going to want to make sure that its employees and delivery folks are paying attention to the rules, particularly rules that have been carefully crafted. And this has obviously been a significant issue through this whole process, is what's happening, particularly with background traffic on Highland Street, on the ladder streets, and otherwise. I think it's pretty clear from our study, and I think the Tetra Tech's review concurs, that this facility is not going to create any direct impacts to the traffic. And the notion, the only impacts would be if people were willy-nilly leaving and taking the ladder streets or going up and over Highland Street to access Randolph Avenue. This is a pretty strong enforceable requirement, and it is one that they will review regularly with their suppliers, and they'll review regularly with their employees. They'll have periodic employee meetings that will be enforced, and they'll keep logs of all of that activity, and those logs will be available on request or for periodic delivery to building commissioner and the town planner.
Does it apply to the visitors of the residents?
The best I think they can do with respect to the visitors to the residents is try to educate them, but that's a different story. There are very few visitors on a daily basis. So it's not unlikely that one or more coming to and from the site might take the shortcut up Spafford or, you know, come up and over Highland Street. That is possible. But conversations will be held with the families in an effort to educate and try to get them to agree to comply. And if they notice someone who has come in, they'll have a conversation with that with that person. And if that person is picked up on the monitor a second time, then they'll have to have some follow-up.
Great, thank you.
And Sean, if I could just add, the other benefit of having monitoring is sometimes when you get a complaint from a neighbor, right? If without the monitoring, it becomes a he said, she said scenario. So in this case, if the neighborhood sees somebody coming and accessing the facility, the facility's going to have a record of who it was and can remedy that. So the video monitoring serves a lot of purposes.
And not to beat this one to death, but I guess my last question, how long does the record last? Is it 6 hours, 12 hours, 24 hours? If that situation were to occur, Sean, oftentimes these videos recycle after 12 hours and you don't have that any longer. Do you have any idea, Ned?
I don't. I think they can be programmed for different lengths,
Okay.
that they can be stored,
Yeah.
as over time. I think probably closer to 30 days
Really? Okay.
than hours. But we can certainly answer that question.
Yep.
And you could condition them to maintain the records for a certain period,
Sure.
too.
Yeah.
I did have questions. Meredith?
Yes, go ahead, yeah.
We had talked about how the traffic study, and this has been some time since we've talked about this, but school, since this is close to the high school, and we know traffic patterns, excuse me, and since I live on Canton Avenue, I know the traffic patterns are impacted by the schools. Did this traffic study take into account the school release time in the afternoon? And how does that relate to the shift change? Do those occur at the same time? And also of the delivery schedule. So it seems, I think we talked about that these shift change and deliveries could be scheduled so as to not coincide with, at least with school times and probably with peak commuting times as well. And I don't recall if that was in the recommendations that were just reviewed.
No, but we did provide a representative staffing schedule that shows times when, first shift is the largest shift, obviously the daytime, and most of those folks are coming between 6 and 9 in the morning, and their times, they can be scheduled to arrive before or after that high school time frame. In the afternoon, again, the high school time is between 2 and 3. The shift changes occur sort of closer to 4 and 5, and we can again time those to make sure that they are minimizing conflict. Deliveries can be timed between 10 and 2, so to avoid either of the morning or mid-afternoon peak.
So how many people, how many employees at shift change in the morning and in the afternoon?
I think there are a total of 86 employees through the day.
My recollection was there's less at the third shift, right?
Oh yeah, much less, because it's just really sort of overnight. There are
if you have,
6.
like, 30
There are 6 in the overnight.
Okay.
There's 12 in the second shift, and the balance 35 in the first shift.
Because we talk about the number of trips, but you have 35 people coming to work, if they all come at 7 o'clock, that is a lot at one time.
Mm-hmm.
They're not spread out evenly throughout the day, right? So,
So for example,
they really have a 3-hour window for people to come to work?
yeah, because they have different functions coming at different times. So example, they have a cook that starts at 6, so that he or she is there ready to get breakfast going. There's a second cook that's there from 9:30 to 6. So the first cook is 6 to 2:30. The second cook is 9:30 to 6. So they have an overlap, and they're coming at different times. Dishwashers are coming, work from 10 to 6:30. Food and beverage director is there 9 to 5. The wellness coordinator is there 9 to 5. The wellness care aides are there from 7 to 3. One nurse from 8 to 4, another nurse from 12 to 8, nurse director from 9 to 5. Housekeeping is generally 8 to 4.
So Ned, how many do you see there, say, between 7:30 and 8:30? Which I would call like commuter and school overlap?
that would be the peak hour number from the traffic study.
Okay.
So
But-
I think it was like 18 or 20.
But did the traffic study take into account the shift change and the
Yeah.
numbers there? So it's based on that?
Right. This is
Just the
the,
traffic engineers,
No, it's actually
no,
based
we
on
did the
similar
actual
facility.
count was
Yeah, okay.
Newburyport, same number of beds, same number of rooms, same staff. And, 15 trips over an hour is one every 3 or 4 minutes. So it's not a constant drumbeat of lots of traffic. It's one coming in, then another coming in, one going out, and then
and
coming
is
in.
their departure staggered the same?
And the same thing is their departures will be staggered similarly.
Okay, thanks.
Actually,
Sorry, one other thing quickly, Maggie,
Yeah,
sorry.
finish.
On the signalization recommendations at Canton Avenue and Highland, what's involved with that in terms of actual work? Maybe if that's Sean or if that's Derek that needs to answer that. And the reason I'm asking is that something that could become a responsibility of the applicant in this project?
I think it's the applicant's engineer and the town's staff just changing out the computer programming.
But it does take, it is work. And to your point, there wasn't a clear commitment as to whether they were doing it.
Right.
And one of our comments were, is this a commitment that you're going to do this? And it's going to cost some money, and it's not physical construction, but it is work.
And we've said in our response to comments that we are prepared to provide that work, to pay for that work.
Okay, thanks.
So that was one of the questions, sorry, but
Oh, yeah, no, that's
you
fine.
were
You can
first.
follow up. No, you
But
can follow
I was going to mention the traffic mitigation fund, which has been established, and maybe a portion of that, the payment, for the engineer to do that work. But we haven't talked as a board about a traffic mitigation, a contribution to our traffic mitigation fund. I don't know if that's, Tim, do you know what the most recent contribution amount was for a project to the traffic mitigation fund?
I think he's putting it over to bed.
Okay, we can come back to that. We haven't talked about it. but I
Understood,
thought
and my concern about that,
it might-
quite frankly, would be we don't have impact. We can only be required to mitigate the impact. We can't just be required to throw money into a fund that doesn't relate to specific impacts.
I think we have to look at that actual bylaw in terms of what triggers a contribution and what projects trigger it. I think we need to look at it to clarify.
Right, and I understand your point, but we do have an overall problem in Milton that we're trying to find ways
I
to
understand
address
that.
and mitigate, and development projects such as this are opportunities to try to fund those concerns. And so I just wanted to put a placeholder on that for the future discussion.
Just logically, in terms of impact, Ned, right now, that site doesn't have any traffic to it. So just in logic, you would have an impact. The net change from what goes to that site now compared to the...
I understand.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
So, anyhow,
It's not zero.
it's not zero.
Agreed.
Sorry, Maggie, I didn't mean to jump in.
Oh,
but I
yeah, no, that's
wanted
fine. But I had a couple follow-up questions to Sean's about the video monitoring. One is to what department will review the monitor, and how often do they review it? What's the fine per violation, and who pays it? And are the videos made available to the public upon request?
They would be public records as soon as they were filed with the appropriate department. I think the building commissioner is the person who enforces the bylaw. So the building commissioner would be the logical recipient. And if somebody made a request of the building commissioner to review them, they're public records. They'd have access to them.
So I would think, though, then they should be available for over 30 days.
Well, I think the question there is storage capacity relative to, so once, if a video are captured for 30 days, say, and they're then stored, they're available forever.
Yeah.
It's the monitoring system that turns over. How often does that turn over, and then what's the storage that goes on with what's been monitored? That's the question, I think, because the storage is available forever.
So if the general public wanted to take a look at the videos, they would just contact the building inspector. And then when, say, the neighbors spotted certain cars, I guess they're going to capture the license plate. So then would the applicant then send a fine to the license plate, to the car owner? And what amount would that fine be per violation?
If it were a visitor, I don't think that there would be any basis to send a notice of a fine. If it were an employee or a delivery, there would be. And I think it could be, $250, $300. It'd be a reasonable fine associated with the failure to comply. And it would be on the applicant to pay it and to recover it from either the employee or the supplier.
So then it becomes the...
And I would hope that if neighbors are captured license plates, that they would share them with us so that we can investigate as soon as possible.
So basically, it comes on, the burden is on the residents to police the people coming and going.
No, it's on us.
And then report it to the...
It's on us to review it and then to submit records to the compliance records to the building commissioner.
So
That can be that a reporting requirement can be built into the permit that says that thou shall provide records on a monthly basis or a quarterly basis, whatever the appropriate time frame is for the building commissioner to review.
and a fine, we could determine a fine.
Absolutely, and if there's if there is a violation at the time of reporting, they presumably would pay the fine and recoup it, and not wait for the building commissioner to determine whether there's non-compliance.
And then also, will there be a condition that the employee count will not ever exceed the 86 employees per day?
I don't think we could do that. Things change over time. Staffing levels might have to go up, they might go down.
No, I know, because my permit, I cannot exceed a certain amount of employees per year. And I report that to the building inspector every year.
Right.
And I report how many yards of mulch I sell every year, and how many cubic yards of loam and compost. And my business has been there for in excess of 50 years.
So just to, do you want to just update what you just looked up while we were talking? Because I know Tim might not be here, but.
Yes. So the traffic mitigation fund was established in 2018. And the applicability is in a planned unit development district or an overlay district where a special permit is required. And looking at our new codified zoning bylaw, where assisted living residence development is now section 27-3.16. In paragraph A, it references a residential use for an assisted living residence may be permitted by a special permit for an assisted living residence development, and then parentheses, a planned unit development. So it does seem like fits the applicability. So then we just need to go back and look at the requirements in that fund.
Sure.
Right, and we can follow up on that, but
Just
it is.
Understood.
Yeah,
No, I appreciate that.
yeah,
Thank
we
you.
can just earmark that for future discussion. Okay, anyone, any other comments? Anything else? I know we have residents who want to speak on this. Did you want to, Sean? I just was going to allow you to speak first if you have any, or you want to wait to hear residents and address?
Yeah, no, I'd rather just respond to the questions.
Okay,
I mean,
perfect.
Meredith,
Okay.
is
Yeah,
this are you asking with regard to any of the information we've received recently? I do have one question, but it's not on this particular matter.
Yeah, let's stick with traffic, and then we
That's
can
fine.
go on, because
That's fine.
there are some outline
I understand,
other
sure.
questions. So, regarding traffic, yes, would you have some questions? And I know Minette has a presentation she would also like.
There's over 100 slides worth between the 3 presentations we've received.
Okay, so we need to move on those.
This is a quick question on
Yeah.
traffic.
Do you want to
The
sit?
diagram showed a crosswalk going across Highland
Do you
Street.
want to hold up the microphone and
Sure.
have a seat, just so make sure the audience can hear?
The PowerPoint we just had showed a crosswalk leaving this development, going across Highland Street. My question is that crosswalk going to be signalized? Are you going to press a button to get across, potentially?
Question?
It'll have to be designed and constructed in accordance with the requirements of the Department of Public Works and the Building Department.
So my concern before we get there is living across the street from this place, cars fly by. Even though there's stop signs now on Highland Street the last few years, the cars quite often run them. And now, if someone's leaving this memory clinic, going over to the hospital where their car's parked, say, because I understand there's new parking over there too, and I wonder, are we ever going to get to see that plan, by the way, of this additional parking area at the hospital?
Is that?
Cars are going to be pulling into the hospital, but I don't know where they're going to be parked.
They're going to park in the office building parking lot on holidays and weekends when that building is not in operation.
Okay. The different codes say that the parking has to be close as possible, so that sort of makes sense. However, there are barriers for those people who drive in and get out of their cars. Now they have to walk down to the hospital entrance out in the middle of the street. There's no sidewalks. I think we as a group need to see these plans of where these hospital parking spots are. And there's also supposed to be handicap spaces among them, and there aren't any currently. And now getting back to the street light, so cars coming from Town Hall and in the memory clinic direction, there are going to be a lot of drivers who are looking up and seeing this signalized light. It's green, and it's turning yellow. I'm going to race through before it turns red. However, while they're looking at the light, just about 50 yards forward of that is a stop sign. I see this as a high accident problem. I think we're going to have tons and tons of accidents there between the combination of the stop sign and the crosswalk. And again, I just think it's dangerous for anyone leaving there. And again, we go back to trucks. So now you got people standing on the corner, and any kind of delivery trucks trying to get in the memory clinic, they got to run over that corner of the sidewalk where the person is waiting to cross the street. And you're going to have other cars racing to get through that set of lights. Maybe they're the first time on the road, and they don't know while they're looking at the light, just 50 feet ahead, 100 feet ahead is a stop sign. And I see this area as perilous. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think this is a good time to allow, we do want to get on with our slide presentations. There are 2 presentations. I don't know if you want, Minette, if you want to go first, or Mr. Hill, if he wants to go first. Great.
Josh, can you tee up the...
That'd be great. And so just to keep track of our time for everybody, it's almost 10 after 9, and I'd like to conclude this at 10 o'clock, continue the hearing after 10 o'clock tonight, so that we can have some time for MBTA discussion. So just for all purposes. That's good.
Okay, again, for the record, Dan Hill, I represent the neighbors to the project. So I wanted to address a few issues tonight, and if you can go to the next slide, Josh. What I wanted to briefly address is the planning board's authority to review stormwater design issues. There was a memo submitted by Attorney Corcoran, I think it was last week, addressing this issue. The second issue I want to address are the stormwater nonconformities, and basically relates to number one. Number three is the neighborhood traffic impacts of the project, and finally the project's fire code noncompliance issues, which I think we've already addressed tonight, so we could probably skip over that. And I didn't even know that Sean had filed anything with the board. I didn't know Sean was going to review my letter, so I didn't have a chance to read that before tonight, and we can respond to that later. So first on the authority issue, at the last hearing, we were, I think, all under the expectation that the applicant was going to be submitting a revised drainage plan and drainage calculations to this board. That was on March 14th. I was here. I vividly remember the chair saying tonight was going to be a discussion on stormwater and traffic, and that the applicant's attorney actually said that the revised plans and calculations were going to be a week to 10 days out. And we know that the plan has changed because the landscape plan does show obvious changes to the drainage system. So then it came as a surprise last week when the applicant told everybody that we weren't going to be filing revised drainage plans. So the argument now from the applicant is that this board doesn't have the authority to review drainage, and I take exception to that. So under Section 9, C9 of this bylaw, it states specifically that the project stormwater management systems shall meet the applicable provisions of the DEP stormwater. It says stormwater guidelines and regulations. There's actually not really such a thing. There's the stormwater standards, which are in the Wetland Protection Act, and then there's the stormwater handbook. So the next slide actually gives you that citation. The state stormwater standards are found in the Wetland Protection Act regulations, and that regulation says, you know, that all runoff shall be provided with stormwater best management practices to attenuate pollutants, and basically that stormwater systems have to comply with this Mass State Stormwater Handbook. The Stormwater Handbook is this 3-volume, very large document that provides exhaustive requirements for every types of components of stormwater systems that you can imagine: subsurface systems, detention ponds, swales, basically everything to do with stormwater. And it's that stormwater handbook that our consultants, John Chesia, the civil engineer, Scott Horsley, the hydrologist, have followed to critique this project. And it's that handbook that we say is being violated in a number of different ways, in which has given rise to our appeal of the order of conditions that was issued by the Conservation Commission, which I'll get to. Next slide. So the bylaw that's at issue here, the memory care bylaw, the bylaw doesn't say that projects must meet these stormwater standards as determined by the Conservation Commission or as determined by DEP. It just says the project has to comply with these standards. The bylaw also requires the planning board to make a finding that all the requirements in this bylaw have been met and that there's no detriment to the neighborhood. The bylaw requires the applicant to file stormwater plans and stormwater calculations. So if it wasn't the board's obligation to review and determine compliance with stormwater standards, why did the bylaw require stormwater plans to be submitted to the board? Otherwise, it would say the project shall comply with the stormwater standards as determined by the Conservation Commission or as determined under the stormwater bylaw. The stormwater bylaw, as you guys probably know, is administered by the select board, oddly, and the DPW implements the bylaw. So the fact that the bylaw requires the filing of stormwater plans means that this board has jurisdiction over it. Otherwise, it would be superfluous. And as the lawyers in the room know, you can't treat superfluous language as if it doesn't exist. You have to treat every word as if it had intent. And that's common law in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts that applies to statutes and regulations, but also zoning bylaws. Next slide. The board also cannot do what the applicant is suggesting it should do. That is to basically delegate or defer to somebody else on the decision of whether the stormwater system complies. The Massachusetts case law is very clear on this point, and there's been a lot of cases, including some dealing with drainage issues, that a planning board or a zoning board can't just simply say, we're going to punt on this issue. We'll let the Conservation Commission decide whether there's compliance. This happens, unfortunately, quite a bit in land use cases, and a lot of boards don't always know that this rule exists. But if there's an issue of importance to a project that is within your jurisdiction, you can't just defer it. You can't delegate it to somebody else, and you can't defer it to some subsequent decision. You actually have to hear it and then make a decision on that issue during the public hearing. Now, in this case, next slide, the Conservation Commission issued an order of conditions under the State Wetland Protection Act. And that's what the applicant is basically relying on to say, well, the Conservation Commission approved the project. The Wetland Protection Act deals with drainage, so we're fine. But in this case, the order of conditions issued by the Conservation Commission is materially defective, and that's why we appealed it. There were no findings, and the box that is checked indicates that the project is not subject to the stormwater standards, which is clearly erroneous. And furthermore, it's been appealed. The folks in the neighborhood, 10 citizens, have filed an appeal. So there is no determination today that this project meets the state stormwater standards. Now, the stormwater bylaw is a different authority, and this project has to comply with the stormwater bylaw under the memory care bylaw. And the applicant is correct that a project that is subject to an order of conditions doesn't have to comply with the stormwater bylaw. So that would be the case if this project has obtained an order of conditions that's final, but it hasn't yet because it's been appealed. And to our knowledge, the applicant has not applied for, nor has the applicant received any kind of approvals under the stormwater bylaw. So now we ask, well, what is the status of our review of the stormwater deficiencies? So again, the stormwater standards in the handbook are embedded in the Wetland Protection Act regs. The Conservation Commission issued the order of conditions in October, and that's been appealed, so that's still pending. The stormwater deficiencies we've already laid out. I'm not going to go through this again tonight. We submitted 2 letters from John Chesia, 2 letters from Scott Horsley, and the appeal is pending at DEP. I'm not an engineer. I'm not going to try to debate with Sean tonight over whether the detention ponds drain out in 72 hours. I mean, my engineer, John Chesia, is telling us that their model stopped at 50 hours, so their model does not actually say whether it drains out in 72 hours, and that John's convinced the math says it doesn't. And I know Sean has disagreed with that. So I can't answer that. I'm not going to pretend that I can. The bottom line is we've got engineers that say that this project doesn't comply with the state stormwater standards. This slide you saw last time, a major issue. If you've got a building submerged 10 feet into the groundwater, there needs to be dewatering. I mean, Sean, I think, has acknowledged that. There needs to be perimeter drains that take the water away from the site. Well, where is that water going to go? Is that water going to go into a wetland or into a stream, into a channel? And this project needs to recharge water. So if it's recharging water at the same time it's taking water away, is that conflicting with the recharge requirements? We haven't seen any evaluation on that issue. So just moving to traffic, and that was number 3, traffic impacts on the neighborhood, my third point. I don't think I've seen anybody actually look at a map during the course of this hearing. And I think it's really important, I mean, maybe more for me who doesn't live in Milton, but you guys know this neighborhood. But it's been explained to me that there is really no way to get from Randolph Ave to the project site from Highland Street, because you can't take a left turn on Highland, and nor would you want to, because it's a narrow, windy road with stop signs. So for traffic coming to this project on Randolph Ave from 128, you're going north and you're going to go left on Reedsdale, and then what are you going to do? And our concern all along is that folks are going to take left turns down Buckingham, Spafford, or these other ladder streets, rather than going all the way down to Canton Ave, taking a left on Canton and dealing with that traffic, and then taking a left on Highland Street to come into the site. So the next slide. Oh, and before you go to the next slide, sorry. I wanted to point out, in case everyone doesn't know, there are 2 40B projects really within a very close proximity of this project. You've got the Canton Ave project with 116 units, which is on appeal, but that's on the left, across from the high school. And you've got the Randolph Ave project, which I think I have the right location. I think it's 711 Randolph Ave, and that's 90 units.
You forgot another one across the street.
Across the street from
the 90 unit.
From the 90 unit, it's another 40 across the street.
Okay. I'm not aware of anybody actually looking comprehensively at the impact of all this new development on this neighborhood. Whether including the project or not, no one, I don't think, has studied this. And so when a new development comes online and says we're going to be adding, 280 trips per day, whatever that number was, that traffic study should be accounting for all this new development, and it should be asking bigger questions like, where is all this traffic going to go? Is it going to make matters worse on these latter streets? Maybe it won't. Maybe it makes the opposite effect. And none of us actually know this without actually studying this. And we've been calling all along, next slide actually, that this project would benefit greatly by having an independent traffic engineer look at this specific neighborhood and Reedsdale Road, Highland Street, Canton, and Randolph, and ask, are there ways to protect these neighborhood streets from traffic, not just from this project, but perhaps from all the projects? This is, in blue, this is the route that we would want to see traffic follow to get to the project. But reasonably, people are going to want to take a left turn to not have to go all the way around. They're going to want to take a left turn to go up the ladder streets to get to the project. So we would, again, call on the applicant to take a step back and a pause and ask that the town leadership really look at this whole neighborhood in light of these new projects and this project and say, maybe we can think about what kind of restrictions, maybe there's geometry changes we can make to these streets to protect these streets from additional traffic, specifically commercial traffic and deliveries that we're really concerned about. If we go to the next slide. Oh, these are just the fire code nonconformity issues that we've already discussed, and I think the board has probably seen these. These provide the geometric issues with the turning radii and crossing into the center line. So I want to close by making a few suggestions, if I may. I would say that, like the 2023 Red Sox season, this project is a disaster. All right, but today, does everybody know what today is? It's opening day. It's the first day of baseball, March 28th, 2024. And as every lifelong Red Sox fan here knows, hope springs eternal. No matter how bad the team was last year, it's a clean slate. Start over. You're tied for first place. This is built into our psyche as New Englanders, right? The applicant here today could do the same thing. It could start over. It could have a fresh start, and it could be tied for first place. Baseball reminds us of what was once good and what can be good again. About 15 years ago, I was involved in a neighborhood dispute with a small convalescent home in Winchester, downtown Winchester, called the Mount Vernon House. And that developer, that owner, approached us as a neighborhood, and the neighborhood had real concerns about access, about deliveries on small, windy streets. That sounds familiar. So that owner approached us and said, let's work together, let's figure out a way to address your concerns with deliveries and loading zones, and et cetera. And we avoided an appeal, and we worked together, and that project is still in operation. How many beds does that place have? 17 beds. It's a memory care convalescent home that has 17 beds. So I reject the notion tonight that this project needs 78 beds to succeed. You heard testimony at the last hearing from Bard. We looked up other facilities owned by this same company that has less than 70 beds. My message tonight to this applicant is work with us. Let's imagine not how many units you can cram into a small site, or how can you make 70 units work on this site. Let's imagine how many units this site can really accommodate. How many units can this neighborhood accommodate? This site is constrained. You've got wetlands all over the place. It's a very bad access project. Highland Street's narrow. It's a neighborhood. This project, we wouldn't be having this conversation if this project was proposed on Randolph Ave or Blue Hill Avenue with direct access to a state highway, but it's not. It's on a narrow residential street. So my message tonight is let's work together. The applicant should withdraw this application and come to us and work together on a small-scale project. Maybe Northbridge doesn't do small-scale properties. I know they want to build 70 beds. They have 70-bed projects in other places in Massachusetts. Maybe this is a great opportunity for Northbridge to develop a new program of small-scale memory care facilities of 17 units, or maybe 25 or 30. Maybe it doesn't have to be as small as the Mount Vernon house in Winchester, but maybe it can be a little bit bigger, but still fit on a site like this and in a neighborhood like this. So I would call on the applicant to withdraw the application. Let's start fresh with a clean slate. Let's be tied for first place tonight, and let's work together with the neighborhood rather than against us. If the developer chooses to press on, then we have to ask the planning board to deny this application for special permit. Thank you.
So if I can respond briefly.
Yep, and there were
some-
multiple things that he commented on, so if you want to take each piece, that would be great.
So with respect to traffic, the traffic study that was done was in accordance with the scope that was reviewed and approved by the board. We've met separately with the Traffic Commission, have suggested that the Traffic Commission needs to look at bigger issues. But that's a town issue. Having said that, the town approved the zoning for 78 units and 70 beds at this location. Compliance with the stormwater. We have to comply with the stormwater requirements. We have currently have a compliant plan. Your peer review engineer determined that it was compliant, and he gave that advice to you. They filed the appeal. We've said that we're going to shrink the project by a bit, and we have to file updated stormwater materials with DEP. That determination now rests with DEP. I don't know how this board can separately exercise its judgment about whether or not this site plan is compliant with stormwater. You don't have the expertise. You're not capable of doing it. You don't have the authority to make those determinations under the town's under the town bylaws. The bylaw simply says it has to be compliant. Doesn't need to say that it has to be compliant with stormwater requirements, because the project of necessity must. State wetland regulation and town bylaws require the project like this be determined to be compliant. But the bodies that are required to make those determinations have made them, or are in the process of reviewing and may modify in accordance with the appeal that was filed with DEP. The order of conditions holds until and unless an appeal overturns it. The appeal is pending, but until that appeal is final, and whatever comes out of the final review by DEP, modifying, if at all, will then become final. But we're entitled to have you rely on the determination made by the Conservation Commission, your expert, and your town engineer who concurred in your expert's recommendation. You also have a right to rely on my engineer's stamp, because he designed those in accordance with his professional obligations. I don't know how you referee between him and Sean and the town engineer and their engineer who's trying to poke holes. You certainly don't have the capacity to make those determinations from a professional perspective. And as I said, you're bound to rely on those bodies that do, particularly with respect to the state stormwater standards. They are uniquely within the purview of the Concom and DEP, and DEP is taking that up on its appeal. That appeal is not going to be final before we close this hearing. We're also not going to debate the stormwater standards and the compliance with the stormwater standards again in front of this board. So we'll not be introducing any new information about stormwater compliance with the board. We're relying on the determinations that have already been made, and we'll rely on the appeal process that is in effect.
Questions from the board on, just for Ned, on these subjects and what we've heard? And I have comments.
Sean's provided us with some memos, but I think it would be good for the public to hear what we've read from Sean.
So I think, to Dan's point, I came out of the last hearing expecting a revised submission, but I understand the logic that applied when they said, well, we're going to stick with what we have and respond to the comments. And here's why. It's because the changes right now, the project's in flux on the margins. So all of the changes that we're talking about are in the scheme of things are relatively modest and all mitigative, so they're all yielding less impact. So from my standpoint, they've demonstrated compliance with the standards, they've demonstrated compliance with the handbook for the project as filed. There's a complete package that's basically the August submittal. If you revise that submittal, then the project that you'd be voting on would be inconsistent with the order of conditions that the Concom issued. So right now, by staying with the project that they submitted back in August, your decision is going to be consistent with the project that was voted on by the Conservation Commission. The evolution would be is as the issues resolve with DEP, and I think DEP is the 900-pound gorilla in this conversation, right? They're the authority to who we appeal. So, their decision sort of takes precedence. So whatever outcome of that process is, they're going to have to comply with it. That may facilitate changes to the plans. Once that process is done, those changes get made. The applicant can provide you the documentation of all the changes they've represented to you in the past couple of hearings, all the changes that DEP has required, and then give it to you in one set. And all you'd have to do is just condition your approval, if you're inclined to do so, that they provide all the things that they said they'd provide in a final set of plans. The designer is a good designer. The project was well thought and well constructed. It meets the right balance, in my opinion, and it meets the standards, in my opinion. There are some outstanding issues that need to be resolved that necessarily depends on DEP to resolve them. Not because, I agree with Dan that it's completely within your purview to consider stormwater. I think that's why I'm here, to help you consider stormwater. I'm just offering my opinions, and then that informs you for your decision. But DEP also has, under the Wetlands Protection Act, they have that they have to administer. So they necessarily will have to be satisfied. Once they are, if they are, I mean, if it's a moot point if they're not, right? Then you guys don't have. There's no project because DEP didn't grant the order. But if they want changes, well, they're going to get those changes. Those changes need to be reflected in your documents. So that process will come after the DEP process is resolved.
So assuming, let's say, an approval, a special permit was granted, and DEP comes back with changes, they would have to amend their special permit at that point to reflect the changes that DEP required?
Provided they were substantive enough to require a modification. I would expect, yes, that they'd come back with a final set of plans. But what we recommend is...
That could be a condition.
It could be a condition, correct. Whereas if you didn't condition as such, then it would have to be, well, are those changes a minor modification? Are those changes, do they need to be re-administered? I think if you condition it such that no matter what those changes are, you have to come back for a final set of plans before the building commissioner can issue a building permit, then you will get a sort of a reconciled or a conformed set of plans that capture all those changes.
We wouldn't be able to build anything more than what would have been approved by DEP in any event.
But for consistency across
Correct.
all of the
Yep.
approvals, you'd want
You'd want a final plan set.
a final plan set that is the same.
Correct. And we wholeheartedly agree to a condition that would say that we would have to come back to this board with a final plan set. It would be an amended special permit, amended to change out the plan set for what was approved to the final.
All right, so Sean, another question for you. You said that all of the issues are relatively minor and solvable or manageable. Can you just go over what some of those are in layman's terms?
So first, the changes are minor, and the changes are all in sort of a positive direction where it's less pavement. So there's no changes contemplated which would put more demands on the infrastructure. So all of those changes that they've discussed recently are what I call mitigative. They reduce the impact. The comments we've generated on the last set of plans are mostly sort of editorial and sort of tools for the future reviewers, whether it's the DPW, whether it's the sewer commissioners, or whoever's administering the upcoming permits, just sort of to create a record of what our comments were, because a lot of the substantive comments that we had early on were addressed as part of the original filing.
And I read your memo, there was a lot of the comments resolved, but it also refers to upon submission of new drawings. So that's why I was wondering how we really button it up when normally we have the drawings reflect, you know, we don't.
Your comment letter.
Yeah, so your comment letter
Yep.
in particular had all of those. I mean, there was almost everything in your comment letter was like not truly resolved and that it was going to come back. Every
Yep.
plan change in the site plan was going to be coming back. And so I've never, in my time on the board, had such a sort
Ambiguous.
of exactly ambiguous set of plans upon which we were granting the special permit.
Well, the thing I would say is that the August set represents the culmination of 3 prior rounds of review. So what we received in August had a significant level of rework through this process. The comments we generated in our first letter on the new application were all, in the scheme of things, relatively minor. So as are the anticipated changes. So my biggest concern is the August is a complete record. The August submittal is a complete record, has all the plans, has all the things that you require. All of the stuff that they've submitted recently, we don't have an updated stormwater report, we don't have an updated grading and drainage plan. So to me, there's no path forward to approve the project as recently described. The only path forward is to approve the project that was represented on the August set, which we've issued comments on, which they've responded to, which we feel their responses are reasonable given that they're going to be addressed through the DEP process as well. So we think it's a reasonable outcome to say, okay, if you're going to vote on something, you vote on the August set, understanding that there are changes coming that you need to see before a building permit is issued, and that the decision would need to be amended to capture. But the set as submitted in August is complete, and the comments have been addressed,
Then
at
why
least to my
are we still
satisfaction.
getting these and wasting our time reviewing these, like these new submittals?
Those are LAMs. Yeah.
Again, that.
Stormwater, I think.
Well, but it all feeds together, because every change on that has to get captured
Yeah,
in the
so
stormwater
if you're saying we
report.
need to approve August, then we just wasted our time.
Except that you could condition that your approval of the August plans is conditioned upon them submitting a final set of plans that incorporates those changes. It's awkward, admittedly. I'm not.
Yeah, this is odd and not correct. It's not a good process. So, but one of my questions is, does the DEP take into consideration planning board approval? Like, would an approved permit from planning board influence the decision of DEP? They wouldn't say, oh, well, like here in Milton.
I'm hesitant to say not at all, but
Yeah.
not at all.
Okay, so that's good. And then also with drainage, my understanding was that Concom didn't take into consideration the 12,000 cubic feet of fill that was needed to be brought in. I watched some of their proceedings, and I didn't, I don't remember them discussing all the fill coming in. So, so I'm wondering, was the Concom's decision made in haste because they didn't have all the information? So if their decision was made in haste that they didn't have all the information, then should we really be relying on their approval?
I don't know what you mean by didn't consider the fill. The project that they reviewed was a project that's composed of all the fill in place. So
In the 12,000 cubic feet that had to be, or cubic yards that had to be brought in?
What they're reviewing is the proposed project and how you're going to construct it within the confines that they have without impacting the resource area. So that doesn't require a specific analysis of cut fill volumes. It's more important that 100 cubic yards poorly placed or poorly managed is far worse than 12,000 cubic yards well placed and well managed. So I don't know. I think the consideration for the fill is sort of inherent in their review. I don't know if it needs to be sort of identified as a separate line item.
Ned, could you send to Tim and the board the order of conditions that the Concom provided? Because as we're looking at our conditions, I'm not a construction management. I don't know what, I know there are very specific things that they're requesting. Currently there's the Ice House project, the 40B project, is having some runoff issues into Pine Tree Brook, for example. They had very specific demarcation of wetlands that were required. It would just be helpful to see what their order of conditions in their approval and construction management, anything that they included. If you have access to that. Tim did not have that, but that would be helpful if you could just send that to the board.
I have it. I will send it. It's a standard form with standard boilerplate that they incorporate. That's what's under appeal.
Right.
And that is going to be subject to a superseding order of conditions that either approves or approves with modification what they approved or denies what they approved. But I'll send the order.
That would be helpful.
The order's been recorded.
Okay.
And I'll send to Tim tomorrow a copy of the
That's great. And Tim, if you could just circulate that just so the board can see what was approved and how it was approved by Concom.
And just so there's no clear understanding, my review on your behalf was far more comprehensive and thorough than anything I did for the Conservation Commission. The Conservation Commission asked us to look at one specific issue. So the review that we did on your behalf covered everything. So they weren't two equally sort of administered tasks. Our review was far more comprehensive for you.
But we had 7 nights of hearing with the Conservation Commission, dealing with just the issue of wetland impact.
Wetlands identification, yeah.
Right. So the issue there is much different than what you consider in a broader context. Their focus is stormwater compliance, wetlands protection.
Right.
That's it.
Right. Understood.
Sean, what was the one area of concern that they had?
Vernal pool impacts, potential vernal pool impacts. Okay. And we sort of took the opportunity to expand on some things we thought were important, but that was the fundamental question.
So just back to this memo of yours, again, nearly every drawing is referenced as basically subject, including tree preservation plan and so non-stormwater related plans.
Yes.
So is it your expectation that every single drawing in their package is going to, well, at least all the ones referenced here, but there's a lot of drawings that are tied into those site plans, from site sections to building elevations because of where you're setting the floor. So if all of that changes, you're looking at a whole
New project.
new project in a sense, but you're saying it's minor, but yet every drawing's impacted.
Well, so yes, the entire record would have to change more for consistency than anything else. Like right now, for example, they've submitted a layout plan that's different than the plan that's shown in their grading and drainage plan on the August submittal. To me, that can't, I would never recommend you approve a set of drawings that has conflicting information,
Yeah.
right? So recognizing that you require a complete submittal, August was a complete submittal. I don't see any way within the time frame that the applicant's discussing that they're going to be able to reconstitute a complete submittal, and even that submittal would be subject to change because DEP may issue a decision that forces them to change it.
But coming back to what Maggie said, which is we have received updated landscape drawings, building elevations, photometric plan, a lot of different materials. Then you're saying basically, how do you capture those if you're going back to August?
I would suggest, if you're willing to do it, is to reference them as a condition of approval. That on the final set of plans, those changes need to be captured. The changes as referenced on all these subsequent submittals that they've represented, along with any changes that DEP requires, needs to get captured on a final set of plans. Understanding that those changes are in my mind, expected to be, at least the ones we've discussed, are relatively modest in comparison to the size of the project.
But to me, it seems like we would be approving something knowing that it's coming back to us for an amendment, which, I mean, I don't necessarily.
Special permit can specifically reference that.
I understand the point that's been made before, that we don't know how long this process will take with DEP. We can't leave the public hearing open forever for that process. But I'm just trying to kind of think through the implications or the consequences, which is basically we're either being asked to approve something that we know is going to have another hearing, another application, another amendment, or we're not, right? So, okay. I just think it's going to be a fairly detailed decision that's going to have to be drafted, that's very careful about all of these things that have been submitted since August, basically. We have to capture all of that in the written decision.
Yeah, and the easiest way to do that is just to reference their submittal record.
So has that been done before in the past? Like, you know, to me it seems a little sloppy. It's a sloppy process. I don't like to be part of sloppy things. You know, my understanding is, you know, in my experience, is you have to submit everything that's final. And then when you come back, and if there is an amendment, because I've had to come back for amendments, then you come back on very specific amendments and changes. And you have to remember that it's the building inspector and his department who's responsible for enforcement. So do we want to create a record, a special permit? And again, my special permit is like 88 pages long. Do we want to create a special permit that is going to cause confusion for town staff?
So my experience hasn't had an appeal of a Conservation Commission decision during the middle of the special permit hearing. But in terms of something that gets changed later under the enforcement, that's come up as an issue.
Yeah.
There's one project where the building commissioner approved building permits for 3 homes in a project that we had approved, but approved the locations in quite different locations than what we had approved. And it only came up later when there was complaints coming in about stormwater runoff that we discovered that what got approved under the building permit phase was different than what we approved. And we flagged it with the building commissioner and said that we wanted any change like that to be brought back to the planning board. So the commissioner at the time said every special permit is different, and they would actually appreciate some continuity, at least maybe in the way they're organized or the topics that are covered. And even if it said a particular topic was, or if you had a model decision, and then for one project that particular topic didn't apply, you would just say not applicable to this project, so that they knew where to look for each special permit. We've talked about that. We haven't done it, but I do think it's a good idea, because it is something that each of these projects, they have to go and check if what they looked at the last one is different than what they're looking at on this one. But because of my experience, I do think there have been other instances in which some things have been left to the planning department to make a decision, and Tim oftentimes just brings them back to us because he feels as if we should be making the decision. So, what's minor and what's major is different in different people's eyes. And so I think it's, when we spend so much time talking about very specific things and details, it's really important to capture it in the decision in a way in which it makes sense to the person who has to enforce it, right? But also, I think, very clear when it varies from what we've put in the conditions, it has to come back to us.
When I think of what you've described, the August submission, and you have one sentence in your letter that I think is meaningful to us as a board.
Just one?
In particular.
They're all meaningful, Sean. Every one of them, every word's meaningful.
Sorry, I shouldn't have let
But
that out.
there is one that I think is important, very important. For the purpose of our review, these changes are not considered part of the record submittal since no superseding information has been submitted, site plans or stormwater report. However, based on our current understanding, the changes are all expected to result in reduced stormwater impact, and their incorporation into the drainage design is not likely to materially influence project scope or its compliance with stormwater standards. So, what you've said in your comments earlier is the changes that have been made are going to reduce any impact. It wouldn't be greater with respect to stormwater.
Right.
So I agree with your comment, Cheryl. I think the building department deserves to have a set of documents that they can rely upon, because when this becomes a project that is submitted for permit, they need a set of documents that they can look at and say, okay, this is the same project that the planning board approved. A series of scattered pieces is very difficult, and I think it's irresponsible of us, to make that the burden of the building department. Now, that said, what's been said so far is we're not going to see anything different in terms of stormwater design. But it would be possible for you to take that August submission and update that August submission with all these different documents that we've seen through the course of the number of meetings, and help us clearly understand, what is a different component of your submit. Do you know what you understand what I'm saying?
That's easy to do. We have, I've got a robust draft of a special permit to share with the board in the near future. My Exhibit A is a list of the plans, all dated August, whatever. Exhibit A1 would be a list of the plans that have been presented with modifications through the balance of the process, which, if approved by DEP, would then become the final plans. And they would be updated with a final date and consistent, and they would come back to the board for review to make sure that those new plans are consistent with your determination to grant the special permit.
Yeah, I think.
Sorry. What I would suggest on that, if I can interrupt, my big concern is that I think sometimes people think, well, we changed the layout plan because that's all that needed to be changed to show what we were changing.
Yeah.
But every other plan that shows information that from that layout plan on it, in my opinion, also needs to change to be consistent with the layout plan.
Understood.
So
yeah, I know one will trigger a change on a series of documents.
Yeah.
Well,
no doubt.
Even if that layout plan necessitated a grading change, then it changes the site sections. It changes the building elevations. So it really, that's why I said it really affects every drawing. Then it should affect the details as well. I actually think there should be like a list of documents with columns for when, if it was included in the initial submission, it gets a check mark. The next column is a revision date, and so on and so forth. And so that you might see that C01 was changed 3 times, but A101 was only changed 1 time. And then, really, we need the baseline, and we need the last in the PDF that's a set of documents. What I found, actually, is that we'll get a PDF of a decision that doesn't have all the drawings and all the other attachments to it, and then that's coming back for an amendment 6 years later, and you're trying to find every document that was
I would like to
part of
have one final complete set of everything in
this
a
is
separate.
where process improvement can work.
And in my experience, the amount of time and energy you spend trying to figure out how to make some compartmentalized, you could have just reissued all the drawings with all the same date and had one drawing package that, just the writing of the decision is infinitely easier.
We're clearly complicated by the fact that there's an appeal taken to DEP. Right? That's complicated this whole process.
But I think you yourself don't expect many changes to come from that.
Correct.
But we're not talking about, when we talk about documents that have been created so far, we're not talking about a full set of documents to build a building.
Right.
This is a limited set of documents. I mean, you would probably say these are schematic in nature. They're certainly beyond concept, and they're not DD, right? They're schematic. But how many drawings are there in total? In all of your documents, how many do you have? Between architectural, civil?
Maybe 25.
Couple of dozen.
Yeah.
It's not.
But there's various things that are based upon them or reference to them too. So if you have a stormwater report, or you have a construction management plan, or you have, there's things that tie back to them, and that's where they all need to be. To Sean's point, it would be best for not just for the applicant and the building commissioner, but for other boards down the road that are looking at an amendment, to have that readily available and complete. My experience has been when we're looking at an amendment, it's been hard to get a complete set of documents for what was approved previously as our starting point. And it's not always the same people, so you can't rely on institutional memory both on this board, in the planning department, and in the building department. So you have to have the sort of approach that these documents have to stand on their own to someone who wasn't involved in the project at all.
Sure.
Doesn't know a thing about it, that they can sit down and make another decision. And that's a little harder when you've been involved in it for 2 years or whatever it is, but it's really important to make sure. And so it's not just drawing documents, I guess, that I'm referring to, Sean. It's all of the documents that were submitted as part of the record.
Anything that's required for your review.
Yeah.
Right.
Ideally, would have one issue date, right? So anything that's required under your bylaws to be submitted, it all gets resubmitted, capturing all the commitments they've made to you, as best they can, what they expect from DEP, and then gets consolidated into a final set. And then that would be what you voted on. Then we'd be able to issue a letter that says, comment resolved only because we've given you a mechanism to resolve it, but it would be able to say comment has been addressed on the plans. Comment is addressed on the plans. No further comments.
And I understand that DEP is, I believe, a superseding review process, and we are not experts. We're not hydrologists. We're relying now at that point. But as far as having a complete set of drawings, I would like to see it filed, and I do feel like we have a peer review consultant who I just would like to comment on a final set of stormwater system changes. And because most likely it won't change significantly, and it had been promised at our last hearing, it should not be burdensome to provide those for public record with those. And I understand DEP is
I think the best I can
solely responsible, but
promise is that they're close. They are approximately ready to submit to DEP.
Okay.
We'll submit to Sean at the same time.
That would be great.
Monday or next Friday or whenever. But what I will say is we're not going to debate.
And I get that. That's fine. Yeah.
With this board. We're going to rely on DEP's process. to determine whether or not.
And that may, and it may change. you
And it
know,
may change.
And it may change.
It may require further.
But if we could
changes to the plan.
understand where it is,
So
just.
we'll be happy to share that, and if.
So we're not having to go on assumptions, because we are making assumptions in saying it's getting smaller, so it's probably going to improve and be easier to mitigate and
So
recharge.
I would just like to, sorry, Mary.
Yeah.
May I?
Yes.
I would just like to say that we don't know, we have no idea what these changes are. Let's just say you say it's better for stormwater, but if it allowed us to change the landscape plan, for example,
Right.
or allowed us to think about the lighting, I don't know what they are, but the fact that those, we have no idea and we haven't been able to trace it through, I still think it would need to come back for an amendment to a permit if it.
I agree with that. I agree with that. There would need to be an amendment to the special permit incorporating the final plan set.
Right. But we would like to see it, I think, so what Cheryl's saying is. If you're relocating stormwater system, for example, even though, because it's easier to remediate or mitigate, that if it moves, that may create an opportunity for some landscape changes that could be an improvement to buffering the neighborhood and the property. But
I don't know how to. It's an unknown, is what I'm saying. It's an unknown.
Exactly.
So my feeling is any change should be considered coming back for an amendment, and we know then if it's a minor change, that amendment won't take long. But if it's a more significant change that gives the opportunity for us to comment on something that DEP doesn't look at, then that gives us that opportunity.
That's understood.
Okay.
And at that time, we'd have opportunity for peer review again.
All right. So I think that's very fair. I apologize because I feel like I wanted to have you come on early. It's 10. Can we?
Bart and I both had presentations to share.
All right.
I think it's important to speak if you.
That's great. All right, then why don't we do that? It's going to give us a little less time for MBTA, so if the board. Did you have another question? Sorry.
Do you want to continue with this?
No.
Okay.
We'll let you, come on.
My only question would be,
Yeah.
are they presenting any new material?
Yes.
Okay. In the spirit that they're presenting new material, it hasn't been already presented, and I wouldn't have any concern with them presenting.
Okay.
It's new material, and it's also to correct some inaccurate statements.
Ned, can you say for one moment, I have one ask.
Sorry.
I have one ask of Ned before we move on to Bart and Manette. Could you, this was a document that was sent to us. This was an Erland document of their calculation. I'd prefer to see a calculation provided by the civil engineer. And, specifically, they identify cut of 4,868 yards. They identify fill of 16,478. That's really it. They don't identify what's the export, what's the import. I think more specifics on this would be really helpful.
We'll provide that.
And just on that note, the roadway calculations, I just wanted to make sure that the roadway calculations are included with the fill that is being brought in. It is. Okay, that was just a question.
You mean how much fill?
How much fill is accounted for in the roadway?
They identify it here, but
I was looking at something
They've captured it, but I guess specifically, Erland's a highly respected firm. No problem with Erland at all. But I think, given what we're talking about here, it should come from the civil engineer, not from Erland. That'd be great.
Just add another request onto that while you're talking about cut and fill. Some time ago when we talked about this, I asked about the number of trucks that this cut and fill operation would be over what time period. And I think it was discussed, but it was never provided to us. Because that's important to the construction management, I believe, and the expectations of even what we talked about earlier in terms of schools, scheduling of these trucks around where it's not peak. So it's a lot of trucks.
Understood.
Great.
You combine that with all the tree removal, and where's all that material going? How many trucks that's going to take? Actually, even how many big operational trucks it is. I know from one tree coming down on my own property how many trucks it was for a huge tree. We've got a lot of trees there. So that would be helpful in terms of additional information.
Okay. All right, Bard?
Good evening. Thank you for your time and patience. We really appreciate everyone. I'm Bard Harvey's. I 11 Spafford Road. Josh, if you don't mind, you got it? Okay, great. First off, I'd just like to lead off by saying, I attended all 7, Conservation Commission meetings, and I can say that, there wasn't very much discussion at all about things like cut and fill, about site sections and elevation. So, I believe what I heard, which is, some of you saying that people who spoke to in the Conservation Commission did not necessarily review those things. So, why that's important, I think, is because a lot of the discussion at Concom was around, well, water flows downhill, and there's certain, things like gravity that logically tell us what's going to happen and where the water's going to go. Well, when you introduce a new hill and you reverse the grade of the whole property, and now things start sloping in other directions, the water doesn't all flow downhill. Those elevations, I think, are very important, and a lot of these details were not reviewed by Conservation Commission. And as Dan Hill said, even their order of conditions is missing a lot of information. Sections are blank. There was a back and forth with DEP over what was actually approved, what wasn't approved. There was confusion. So, in our opinion, that whole process was rushed. But let's dive into traffic for a little bit. Actually, if you don't mind going back to that first slide. So, I think it's important to have context to everything. In my line of work as a consultant, as a data analyst, so what we've heard in prior traffic meetings from I believe it was Scott from Van Ness and Associates is that when they initially did their traffic study, they thought that the project was going to be about 182 trips a day was their estimate, and Scott likened that impact to a small apartment building. Now, based on some questions from you guys and some points like, hey, maybe, we need to measure local conditions at a different time of year when there's actually more reflective of reality, rather than, July 7th or 8th right after a holiday. They actually went out and measured real data from a facility, from their residents and reviewed new reports, same number of units, same number of beds. And, the traffic engineer came back and said, well, it's not 182 trips a day, it's 288 trips a day. So why that's important, I think, is that's, more than, it's almost double, 60% more than what they had initially estimated based on the employee count and other information they had. But the actual data shows that there's a lot more traffic. So if 182 a day is akin to a small apartment building impact, then 288 is more like a medium or a large apartment building impact. And that is certainly not zero. It's not no impact. And so what we have, unfortunately, is, the applicant's lawyer here saying we have no traffic impact, so we don't need to look at anything else in the network. And the traffic study does have some important points, but, a lot of these things, the camera monitoring, may control some portion of traffic leaving the site, but it can't control traffic getting to the site. Things in people's contracts can't control, how they get there. It's very hard to enforce, who's coming and going. So that's why what we'd like to see, and what you heard Attorney Dan Hill say, is that we'd like to see an actual plan for the network of streets. One big piece missing from their traffic assessment is GPS, right? We all use GPS to get where we're going. And so in the next few slides, we show how just about from every direction that you go, you're going to get routed up Spafford Road, given current conditions. And so that's why we're so concerned about it, and why, our narrow street that gets, maybe, I think they counted like 115 cars between 7:15 and 8:15 peak hour. If you add 15 more to that, you add 30 more to that, it's a significant increase. And also, if you look at their breakdowns, a lot of that traffic is now going to fill in times where we might actually get a break. So you're going to get constant 24/7, 365-day-a-year traffic associated with 86 employees, and countless shuttle bus trips to doctor's appointments and other transportation services that they provide. But really, just very quickly, new information here. You heard Dan Hill talk about how how scary it is to think about cutting into the hill 10 feet below the water line to put, the ground floor. This image is from a couple of hours ago. That is Sandy and the Bacardi property. This is the intermittent stream coming down the hill. It is basically, over 20 feet wide. It is completely, spread. There's water on all sides of it. And I said 139 Highland, it's actually 137, so excuse that error. But, this, when you think about cutting into this, just a mere few feet away from this, and building in the non-disturbance zone, which is flooding at the moment, that really makes us so concerned, because we know across the street at the O'Brien's house, at a 1,200 square foot foundation, we know from their system they're pumping 1,000 gallons of water a day to keep water away from their foundation. Imagine what it's like around a 30,000 square foot plus foundation, how much their foundation drains will have to keep moving away from their property. We know that that's going to go into the wetlands or in the surrounding areas. We know that hasn't been accounted for. So there are a lot of groundwater impacts that are very, very concerning, that any place you step on this property is wet. And so wanted to highlight that. But we'll get back to traffic in the next slide. I think we can go to the next one. Josh, thank you. This one I started to show last time, and we ran into a time constraint, I think. But basically, if you play the video, and I wish the fire chief had seen this, but this is an afternoon, with traffic backing up, I agree, I think, with what Ned had said earlier. Some of the 6 to 7 a.m. maybe aren't as much of a concern, or late at night as much of a concern. But it's when you look at the letter they submitted on their shift changes, there's a lot in that 3 to 4 window. And so that's when this is. And so these just reinforce some of the concerns about Highland Street. It is a narrow scenic road. It is a permanent do not enter on one side. It's supposed to have no trucks on it. It gets way more traffic than it's designed to handle currently. And so this video shows you what happens when a fire truck is trying to get through the afternoon rush. And what you will see if you watch the video is that these vehicles actually have to drive off-road to allow the fire truck through. And so we have significant public safety concerns. We live here. There's actually one of our neighbors whose home unfortunately caught fire, a block from this. So these types of things are really, really serious for us. So this is Highland on a weekday afternoon. And this slide just shows, I think Attorney Dan Hill had one similar that shows where the site is located. But basically, we're only about, Spafford Road where I live is only about 120 feet from it's the width of the Irwin's property at 120 Highland from the proposed driveway to Spafford Road. So just that, establishing that point that basically, if you look at the map, when you zoom out, and if you go to the next slide and you start looking at all the GPS, what the GPS will do, which is, in my opinion, missing from the traffic study. I didn't see it in there. Spafford Road becomes the access road for this residence. Just about any direction, whether you're coming from Point South, Brockton, Point East, and Quincy. Quincy's got over 100,000 people. Weymouth has a significant population. You're getting routed, whether you're coming up 28, whether you're going Edge Hill Road to Pleasant, you're going to get sent up Spafford Road. That's just the reality of what happens today, and what we should expect will continue to happen, absent changes, absent studying the neighborhood and actually coming up with a plan, comprehensive plan with traffic mitigation. The next slide shows you from other points. So points south, points west, even from points north, coming down from Dorchester, you're routed up Spafford Road. And so, what is Spafford Road? This is a recent picture from a couple weeks ago, March 1st, 2024. Highland is only about 22 feet wide. Spafford is even narrower, 20 feet. We don't have sidewalks. This is what we live with every single day, deliveries to Milton Hospital, where I can show you the letters that the hospital president has written to ambulance companies, to delivery companies, telling them all, do not use the back entrance, use our main entrance on Reedsdale Road. Maybe for a week or two it has an impact, but then it goes right back to the way it was, and every single day we get deliveries. We don't get an air gas truck every single day, but we get Crown delivery, we get Marshfield paper, we get WB Mason, we get a refrigeration truck, Cisco food delivery every day. And, you know, despite many letters being written, you know, it's just very difficult to manage these suppliers. Everyone's on a tight schedule. They're going to take the fastest route. They're going to, you know, sneak around and not have to deal with, you know, maneuvering the parking lot. So, you know, if we could go to the next slide, and please, you know, just if you would indulge me, this is only 20 seconds. Play this, if you would play this video. You know, it's not a question of you know, slightly going on the other side of the road when these trucks come up Spafford. It's not, you know, oh well, you know, maybe, you know, we have to live with the fact that we have old roads. These trucks, this tanker goes. Basically like they're, you know, in the United Kingdom driving on the left side of the road for over 100 feet. And that's a similar radius and turning width of what we will see into this site facility. And so what you'll notice is that all the, you know, you don't see any traffic at the moment because this truck basically waited until there was a clearing, and everyone has to stop to allow this truck to make this delivery. Where they have to drive about 100 feet on the other side of the road, almost complete width of the truck on the other side of the road. And then here comes the traffic that is backed up behind it. So, you know, all of these things are you know, cumulative, and they are concerning. And, you know, without a real plan to, you know, of enforcement, you know, this is what we expect will happen to us. The next slide, please. Even, you know, Milton Hospital ambulances taking a right turn can't stay on their side of the road. So we know that there would be ambulances servicing this facility. They're going to have the same kinds of problems. And so, you know, I think, you know, as residents, we're here to say, you know, we know this is a problem. We know the only way they can access it is by, you know, making illegal turns and violating these codes. So we're asking for a better solution to protect us and to protect the residents of the property. I have a couple more slides that I think Nadine, Hannah, my wife, wanted to speak to after this. But just in closing, I wanted to just highlight, you know, these are some things that have been discussed, but they have not been discussed in the context of the broader network, and what, you know, would maybe help us might hurt someone else. I think, Cheryl, you'd made that point before. So I think we owe it to the town and not just our neighborhood to, you know, come up with a plan that, you know, tries to mitigate for us, but also tries to not push the problem somewhere else. So in my opinion, and I think in a lot of the neighbors' opinions, several of these solutions in some combination, you know, turning restrictions, do not enters, speed humps. Boston is rolling out 500 speed humps in the next year. And, you know, everyone says Milton's becoming denser and Milton's becoming city, so why not follow the best practices of a city and adopt some of their practices? We know Governor's Road somehow got them approved. So, you know, we'd like to see these types of solutions, you know, part of this and contingent, you know, on anything that would move forward. So, so thank you. I think we'll have Mandy go, and then maybe if there's time, Nadine can speak to those last few. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Barb.
I just have a question. Have you ever asked Milton Hospital to make the Highland Street entrance an emergency access driveway only? Because then if it was only, you know, they had to come off Reedsdale and exit Reedsdale, you know, then they would never have a need to be on Highland Street.
That's a good question. I don't think we've asked them that specific one. I think there was some discussion about asking them to put a right turn only. But I have not personally spoken.
Because I feel like on that picture of the ambulance, like why is the ambulance even going on Highland? They should have been going out to Reedsdale.
Yeah, I think it's like a loop, because they come up and they maybe drop off at the ER, and then there's the side entrance, right, the ER, and then there's like a loading area in the back, and then it's from that loading area in the back, it's just very easy to just go right out the back instead of going back down.
Plus, the ambulances from the south take a right on Highland. They come up Canton and take a right on Highland.
Yeah.
So if you have one coming from Canton or something like that, that's the way they go.
But if that entrance was closed.
But if the entrance is just like an emergency, like
emergency only,
then everyone has to, like I was there at a doctor's appointment today and there was no parking and I had to park at, in the employee parking. So I did.
If I may just check.
Already over time.
Okay, but I'm just
Yeah.
saying, every ambulance that leaves there, leaves Highland, whether it goes right or left, they don't go out to Reedsdale. The emergency doors are right back there, and that's the
Yeah.
way they go out. That's
Great.
Close that exit.
Thank you, Jean. Yeah. All right, Minette, you're up.
Thank you.
You're up. Yeah. Sorry
Late
it's taken
at
us this
night.
long. That's all right. Thank you.
I apologize. I just want to start by saying thank you to each and every one of you, because it's late at night, and I know you know, this is your life, and you're doing it all the time to make our town a better place. So thank you for all you do and for making time to listen to me this evening. My slideshow, I hope you can all see it. Do I need to turn the, okay.
No, okay.
This is really going to demonstrate our lived experience in our neighborhood. And I would like to say just quickly, in terms of the federal and state requirements for when they were having the discussion with the fire department and whether the federal standards generally set the floor, state, as we know, they can enact more stringent criteria and often do. And I would say that is so important to our discussion and to the safety that someone should look and ensure that that is not applicable, because it doesn't seem clear in the reading. I don't know if there's been a legal opinion on it, and it seems like there's some interpretation there, and I certainly wouldn't want to get that wrong. The fire chief, I believe, when you asked for the number of times a truck might go in and out of one of these facilities, one of the comments was it can be up to 10 times a day. So just please keep that in mind when I show you these slides. I'm all set for the next one. Thank you. So our master plan goal in Massachusetts, in Milton, we know we're trying to make our roads safer, and there's a lot of kids walking to school in that neighborhood. So we should keep that in mind in relation to our traffic study here. Thank you. So the other thing is, I just also want to point out that I won't read the whole slide, but essentially there should be a finding that this development will serve the public good and provide significant public benefit without significant unmitigated detrimental impacts. And I do believe that there are detrimental impacts to our neighborhood, as you will see. Traffic alone, which is what I'm discussing tonight, but clearly the water as well. So this is what we're looking at, Spafford Road, very old street, very narrow, no sidewalks, not designed for this type of traffic. And we're really putting the children and the near elderly and elderly neighbors at real substantial risk if we add to this traffic flow here. Next slide, please. It's inappropriate for this level of traffic, and it is unsafe. This is Highland Street, as you know, narrow street, not designed for trucks. Not a bit of a sidewalk there on that side that this site is on. This sidewalk's only on one side, and those stop at Clifton. So as you meander further down Highland, there are no sidewalks, and there are children in all of those neighborhoods. It's the walking route to the school, and we know trucks are going to come. Next slide. We've seen these before. We know large trucks go to these facilities, and that has not been denied. This Highland Street site, it's materially flawed. There was some historical documents submitted in relation to this recently, and I was looking over, and I found it quite interesting that the prior assisted living facility that they were contemplating over off of Randolph Ave specifically indicated that access to and from a state highway should be at a fully signalized intersection. So there was some knowledge that a facility of this type really should have direct access to a state highway, like the front of Milton Hospital. And that just doesn't exist. Highland Street is the furthest thing from that. Trucks should not be on our scenic side roads populated by walkers and children. With the four ladder streets, Wildwood and Highland, there are hundreds of children and pedestrians in this area. They should be able to safely use the side roads and Highland to access the library, Pierce, Milton High School. We're doing new things there. We're building more educational facilities that more kids are going to need to get to. Presumably, there'll be a lot of children on that in the new 40B sites. So that there's even more pedestrians to come. So it's unconscionable to direct these types of trucks on their walking routes. It really is. So the trucks have a couple options. They can travel to Randolph Ave via Highland, where there's no sidewalks after Clifton. And there are neighborhoods with Children's, Fletcher Steel, et cetera, down that way. They could travel down Spafford. We know that that's not a great option. Do we direct them to Canton Ave, where all the kids are walking to school at that intersection? That's not safe. There isn't a safe access point for these trucks. Next slide, please. And the article itself indicates that there should be a safe and convenient driveway system designed to meet the foreseeable needs. Driveways and sidewalks should provide safe and convenient vehicular, pedestrian, and access to the public way that serves the frontage, and the entire development shall be constructed and maintained in compliance with all applicable federal, state, local laws and rules and regulations. And I do not believe, if you could just go back to that prior slide, that this, the fire truck that as many as 10 times a day might be coming in and out of there, going across the line because we want to make it narrow enough because we have the wetlands, it's not acceptable. I don't believe that that meets this standard. Also, there have ADA issues, and Massachusetts has state requirements relating to accessibility, and I don't believe that this site as constructed meets those standards as well, and those would certainly be part of those federal and state and local regulations that we're adhering to. So I think the prior article, when you were looking at citing for the prior assisted living development, really demonstrates that it should have direct access to a state road, such as the front of the hospital. That would solve a lot of our problems if the hospital was using that road instead of coming out on Highland. And we're going to just, it's like going from the fire, from the frying pan into the fire by saying we have all these problems with the hospital because they're using Highland, but we're going to put a big facility on Highland before we've even solved that problem. So next slide, please. Here we have the Highland Street school bus shows it's not an appropriate site. This is the appropriate site for access for Milton Hospital, Reedsdale Road, wide sidewalks. That's what the site Northbridge needs. Highland Street, no. It's just, I don't need to see all of those fancy drawings and blocks and whatever you're doing with the fire department. I see it every day. It's not safe for these trucks to be on these roads. It's just common sense. This is the walking route to the middle end of the high school. Okay, we've covered that. Thank you. This is just, all of these slides you'll see are new. We're not repeating them. This is March 7th. Okay, so next slide, please. This is what happened. A truck, if you could go back one, got stuck going out of a driveway on my street and actually was stuck in such a way that it needed a tow truck to come. So what if this happens once on Highland? So here we have the truck there stuck on the road, and if you go to the next slide, you'll see the school bus comes, can't get by the truck. So this is just the type of stuff, we live with this on a very regular basis. Next slide, please. It's one of the narrowest roads in town. It is a thoroughfare for the hospital. Inadequate width for both cars there. You can see here, this is what it looks like, two-way traffic on truck coming up Spafford. Next slide, please. Again, this is Spafford Road with the school bus, no sidewalks, etc. It's very narrow, highly populated with young families. There is a traffic impact here. Common sense. And we can't withstand that. Next slide. So if you could just quickly play the video. This is what...
It's not the same video from Bart?
No. Nope.
Chair?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm sure. It's a different one. So that you can see the truck where the arrow is. He's trying to do a 3-point turn. There goes the fire truck. He starts to continue going the 3-point turn and backing up, because that's how you need to get in there. But an ambulance is coming by, so he has to stop, and now he'll continue the 3-point turn. So is this what we want going into Highland? It's the same radius, pretty much. I mean, next slide, please. I think you get the point. Here we have we went over that already. A second one, these are all new. You can see Fred's house is painted gray. In our pictures that we started this with, it was green. Here we have a couple ambulances going down the road. Crown Linen, again, they're still going. So what I want to say about this is I'm showing you all these slides. We don't need a video monitor. We have one. Us. Nadine's got a whole folder going we could send you. We know it happens, and we can't stop it. We've tried to work with the hospital. So what is going to be different with this owner? He's going to have his employee or his food delivery truck that goes down Spafford, and what's he going to say? You're fired. We don't want your food deliveries anymore. All I can think of is the developer willing to put money in a fund and pay us every time a truck goes up the road? Probably not. And why should we be responsible for that enforcement? And money really isn't even the issue. It's safety. It's safety. My kids are the oldest on the street. They're college age. They're all young kids on our street. And I will say, in terms of mitigation and traffic measures, it's right in there that you are the designers of the traffic study. It's my understanding that it was done in July, which is really a slow time of year around here. And then there was some additional study done in January. So I don't believe the school traffic has been addressed, given those timeframes. And that we need, it is only fair to take that into consideration, thinking about the new students traveling from this big development on Randolph Ave to Milton High School. This is inconsistent with our master plan goals and objective, preserving the character of this neighborhood. It can't be done if the safe site is going to be. We keep trying to fit a square peg into a round hole here, and we get deeper and deeper into where we don't want to be as we try to fix one problem with another. Next slide, please. Okay, and we went through this. I don't believe that you can make this place safe and meet that goal, which is part of the article, which is keeping it consistent with what our neighborhood looks like now. It should be in harmony with the neighborhood, and it's getting further and further away from that. Okay, I think that's just about it. One more slide. And this is all, if you could just go to the next slide, we're balancing it here with this, with a place that really is not for Milton residents. It's no priority for Milton residents. It's very expensive. I think it's going to be out of reach for most of our community, and we're going to be putting our children and families in this neighborhood at risk as a result. It just does not seem right. So I would say, and having the owner review what goes on with the traffic camera and enforcement, that's like the fox. It's putting them in a difficult position. It's the fox guarding the chicken coop, right? So thank you for your time. I know it's late. I'm sure Nadine has things to say, but we really appreciate it because you're really the thing that stands between us and having our neighborhood really unsafe and our basements really wet. So thank you for all you do and for taking it seriously. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay.
So Nadine has her hand raised as well.
All right.
Can I speak just real quick?
Yeah, if you want to come real quickly, and then Nadine.
Thank you. Teresa O'Brien, 42 Spafford Road. Since we're just talking traffic, last week there was someone that was doing a traffic study. There was cameras on the corner of Spafford and Highland and by the hospital. So I assumed that was Northbridge, was it?
No.
So that's interesting, because there's definitely cameras for 2 days, 48 hours.
That was beta engineering as part of our Canton Ave mid-block crosswalk work.
Part of what?
We're doing a mid-block crosswalk on Canton Ave.
So would you be able to, because I didn't see any other cameras except on Spafford and the police station.
So it's taking into account those intersections as well.
Okay.
That was the question.
Okay, all right. Would we be able to see the numbers?
I haven't seen them. It'll be part of the DPW's work.
Reach out to the DPW, maybe.
Okay, all right. And other thing, I just wanted to, he always talks about the town meeting members approving the zoning. Unfortunately, it was like Spafford Road, the first time we ever had to do this. We didn't know what happens, so we didn't get to send something to everyone in the town to really make them understand that it just doesn't affect our neighborhood. It affects everyone in town. It affects everyone that's driving to the high school and to Pierce, to any of the schools for sports. It's just everyone, and unfortunately, we didn't get that word out as much. It was new. We didn't put something in the Times. We weren't really. And the one thing with the zoning, I went through all these calls as well. It was the planning board still has to approve everything. So don't worry about it because the planning board will still have to approve it. So just please keep that in mind. Think of the neighbors. Thank you.
Okay. And Nadine will let her speak, and then we're going to have to continue this after that.
Hi, everyone. Nadine Hanna, 11 Spafford Road. Just going to reiterate all the thank yous that have gone around the room. The traffic album many reference, I won't make you go through it one by one, but I will send it to you, and I want you to think about those are just the images we managed to catch. By circumstance, you hear the oncoming ambulance or delivery truck or whatever it is coming, and make it out to a window or happen to be in the yard. And I have a personal agenda that I'm trying to get at least 50 pictures of my kids relative to one picture that I have of traffic on Stafford, because at this point it's just really outrageous. I do want to point out one thing regarding the pictures that we saw with the fire department related ambulances. They never use Stafford. In my personal extended experience now of witnessing these vehicles, although they do use Highland and they do use Reedsdale, a big shout out to the fire departments for not using Spafford Road ever to access the emergency department there at the hospital. Josh, if I could ask you to pull up Bard's presentation, please, just a couple of quick slides on that. And while we're looking at that, I'd ask everyone to keep in mind from the next presentation, it was slides 7 and 8 that had the pictures of the of Vita Needham and the trucks. It was aerial views from Google of trucks at 2 of the facilities. So slide 28, could you hop to, please? So this, and just to give some context, this is going to be speaking towards, once again, food service, distribution, and it's brief, but I want to put some, I think might be a little bit further than that. It's going to be a picture of a Cisco truck. Yeah, there we go. Thank you. So Cisco, they're one of the major food service providers, along with Gordon Food Service, Gordon being one that was listed by the applicant as someone that they're going to use. This truck is currently, or this morning, was between Abbey Park and Starbucks. If you know me, you're going to see me at Starbucks at the Fruit Center in the morning after school drop-off. I hopped out. The lovely driver thought I was taking pictures of his car, his truck, to complain about his parking, but it was really because I wanted to show this is what we discovered to be a 28-foot trailer looks like on one of our streets. I had a great conversation with him regarding the amount of fill that he's allowed to have cargo space on this particular truck. He could have 7 pallets on either side of his vehicle, and each of those pallets are stacked 1 high. Why this is important is because even though this is a 28-footer, you're not utilizing all that airspace. Trucks of this size are used for quick, frequent deliveries. So kind of the daily drop off to the restaurants in the area and on we go. You're not going to utilize a large truck for those smaller deliveries. They're smaller also when I'm mentioning the airspace. Remember, we're talking about produce. One of the things they referenced, they're going to get a once-a-week produce delivery. And produce cannot be stacked high. It comes in typically collapsible corrugated cartons, often wax sealed to prevent from moisture damaging the product, but they are collapsible. They are open air to allow oxygen into the product so that tomatoes or whatever the produce is doesn't rot in transit. So this means that storage cannot be stacked. So you lose versus if you were having frozen bread in hard boxes, you could stack that all over the ceiling and double or triple your storage space. So why is this important? They're saying infrequent deliveries. But this type of vehicle only makes frequent deliveries. Can we hit the next slide, please? Gordon Food Service, who is one of their providers. If you see on the chart from their website, if you look down to 36-foot trailer is the smallest declared trailer used in the United States per their own website. The images on the top were their tandem trailers. The ones to the top left would be more of a 28-footer. But again, they're not going to use infrequent. They're going to use Gordon, and they're going to use infrequent deliveries, which means that they're going more in the scale of the 36-foot trailer, plus the 4 to 6 foot cabin, which also I believe exceeds what they said the largest truck servicing the area, the site would be. And in that, we have proof from their own sites. When I said, please think about Manette's presentation, she showed those aerial images show both a box truck of perhaps a 28-foot size, but then you can also see that the other one, it was Nita, has a trailer with a pivoting cabin, a pivoting cab. So they are servicing these sites with essentially 18-wheelers, right? That's how many wheels are under that vehicle. Why is that important? It's important because it's way too big to be coming down Stafford Road. This truck is of a similar size and scope as the air gas freight that you saw sitting outside of my house between myself and my neighbor across the street. So what is it? Are they infrequent deliveries with small trucks? Are they frequent deliveries? Oh, this is Gordon Food Service this morning. We happened to come around the corner. This is the 18-wheeler. In other pictures that are in the album, in the very middle of that truck, somewhere under the corn and the tomato, there's a set of wheels or a weight bearer in the middle. I forget which one it was, but it's a very large truck. It went by so fast. There are about 4 pictures of it that show you how it's coming through. So you can't be both having small, and this was also on my way up to take pictures of the water at Highland Ave. There was a refrigerated rental truck. This is not a truck that you rent to move, your furniture from one house to another. This is a refrigerated truck. That box above the cab there, that's refrigeration unit. So somebody's truck on a route, local, possibly servicing the hospital, broke down, and they said, hey, throw whatever you can to this guy, because we do this whenever there's a breakdown. So again, you cannot both say that you're having only small vehicles, demanding the day and time of delivery, and infrequent deliveries. They're mutually exclusive. You have to either have daily or every other day delivery to warrant being on a smaller truck in my industry, in my experience, or you're on a larger truck if you're really getting once a week. And again, they have this photographic evidence of their sites being serviced by both. And lastly, regarding the monitoring, It's not, I take pictures of the ambulances, I take pictures of the delivery trucks, I take pictures of commercial traffic that shouldn't be on my street. I'm not taking pictures of the drivers. I'm not trying to get their license number. I'm not trying to get their ID, or, you know, it so happens that the ride has the 4-digit stamp of whatever vehicle that is. I'm not trying to get that, and I don't have the time to black it all out because I have 3 little kids and I'm a working mother, and this is more than I can do right now. What I am trying to do is show you frequency that I, in my busy life, as everyone here is busy and trying to do what they can, this is what I can get and show you that it's totally inappropriate. In my field, in my industry, we have a shortage of drivers with their CDL, of people who are willing to make long hauls, of people who are willing to sit at a facility when their appointment gets bumped or they get canceled or whatever it is, and they don't get paid until they make their deliverable. As much as I'm not going to call and narc on healthcare workers or the, you know, emotionally grieving person who's visiting their mother or father who's aging in place over here, or not in place, excuse me, at the facility, I'm also not going to call on drivers who are in an industry of high demand for those employees. I'm not going to prevent someone from getting their paycheck because they're trying to access a site that does not have infrastructure to support it. That's not their fault. It's not my fault. That's the fault of the applicant, quite frankly. They should not be trying to wedge this facility into that location. And I ask you all, I would never sign my name on something, on a contract or a document that had blank spaces on it. I would never do it. And I can't give you unsolicited advice. But as we're all becoming friends throughout this process, and also thank you to my neighbor and friend who I met earlier today, that was a highlight of this whole thing. I would never want somebody to come back and come back at me as having said I stamped a yes when there were so many question marks in place, especially question marks that ultimately lead to the answer of this site should not be on Highland Ave. It should not be at the top of Stafford Road. Thank you guys so much once again, and good luck with the rest of the night.
Thank you, Nadine. Okay, great. All right. With that, I think this is a good place to pause. This was a lot of information tonight that we can, think about, process, and continue on April 9th. So unless you had any closing comments.
No, I think we have a couple of things that we'll be preparing to present that night. One is an image that you asked for relative to an estate-style image.
Right, the landscape. Will the landscape architect be able to attend on the 9th? I don't know.
Yeah. She was available tonight.
I'm sorry, yeah, we thought we would get to it, but.
We'll get to her updates from what we reviewed 2 weeks ago.
Right.
A couple of other things, and then we're going to have to close the hearing.
Certainly.
So if there's other information that the board needs, Tim needs to get that to us so that we can be responsive.
Okay. Well, we need to feel like we have a lot of unanswered questions that we need to get.
It's our hearing, and under the process.
Absolutely.
We have the right to not continue.
You have the right to request that we close the hearing. We close the hearing, though.
Yes, but
yes,
we have a right to not continue the hearing, in which case that puts the burden on you to make a decision.
If we have all the information that we need.
Well, to Ned's point, if we feel like we don't have all the information to make a decision, that's information that we work on, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
All right, so I'll make a motion to continue the public hearing for 111 Highland Street to April 9th at 7:05.
I'll second.
Great. All in favor?
Aye.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Are you, I noticed next on the agenda was 2 Adams Street. If you don't have time to get to that, I was intimately involved in that.
I know, and I know you should.
If you want it, but I can be available anytime you want to take that up.
Well, you know what? The next time will be the 9th, and if you're here, we would love to get to that and have you comment on that. We would appreciate that.
Happy to do that. I mean, I could teach a law school class on that.
Yeah, I know.
When you say you were involved with it, were you involved with this ramp design that's been created?
No, he was permitting on the building.
No,
I understand that. I knew that. Yeah.
The ramp design it came out of left field. That goes right where the building was intended to be built.
All right. He was great.
I don't, the real issue ultimately
All right.
is going to be where is Salt Lake City?
Well, perfect.
Where what?
Salt Lake City is on
Yeah.
that because
Their headquarters, yeah.
their headquarters, it's a publicly traded
Yeah.
REIT. They're in the storage business. That's, anything else is sort of a frolic on the side. And a couple of developers over time have made offers to purchase and redevelop what was permitted back in 07, 08. We had a groundbreaking in early 09. But
There's an interesting backstory. So.
yeah. So
Yeah, but we'll talk about it on the
happy
night.
to- happy to do that.
That's great. We just,
thank
yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much. So tonight, since we're, obviously that was important information that we've been discussing. Now there's an echo on my mic.
I know.
Mic. Does this sound really loud to everybody? It's
Not bad.
It's fine.
not bad. Okay.
Go ahead.
Is it okay? All right. That's all right. Okay. All right. So on the MBTA, so moving to the MBTA zoning discussion, the first thing I really wanted to get to, Tim, the RFP that you had circulated, because I think that's critical that we get that out to hire a consultant.
So Tim had also asked us to think about other consultants because I think we're at the threshold where we need others. I went to the Citizen Planner Training Collaborative Conference, about a week and a half ago, that Saturday. And I ran into Emily Innes, and she has her own practice now, and she's doing a lot of consulting work for MBTA communities. Tim, I'm sure, knows the name of her firm.
Excuse me.
But I was thinking that could be another firm. And then also Judy Barrett Planning Group, I think it's called, is doing a lot of work in other communities. And then MAPC. So if we need, I don't think we need 4, but if we want to get 4, those would, UTIL, of course. So that would be my recommendation.
Same Barrett that did our Barrett report?
Yeah.
So Tim, you would be sending this out and it's posted publicly, so anyone can respond, correct? We don't necessarily, we don't just select.
No. We
Or
could,
do you
I
want-
mean, the type of procurement that it is you're required to seek at least 3 quotes. So, you could conceivably kind of publicize it more broadly, but I think the point is that the dollar value is, more than a tiny bit of money, but less than a ton of money. So you want to just sort of, you've got an idea of who you want, rather than kind of opening it up to everyone in the universe. We could publicize it more widely if that's desired, but it just creates more work for the board to evaluate if we we invite 7 people to respond and 7 people do respond. How long is it going to take to sort through those?
Tim, do you have any comment about what I suggested in terms of 4?
No, I think those are I think those are great suggestions. I think there's a number of firms that do this work that I could rattle off, but I think the fact that all of those firms have experience in Milton, including experience working on MBTA communities, I think that would be a pretty wise course of action to kind of target those.
And you feel that they have the level of technical capabilities that
Yes,
can do this, and
absolutely.
a team that could do it in.
Yeah, each one of those firms is doing this exact job for multiple other towns as we speak. So I would have every confidence that they would have the capabilities to do that.
So I don't know, for those of you who may not know, but Emily Innes was on the planning board when she lived in Milton. And she also told me that she worked on the model bylaw. So the language of the model bylaw. So.
She also, I think, was hired by Littleton. She was their consultant, because I watched the Littleton town meeting, and it failed. Littleton voted it down. Believe it or not.
Recently?
Yeah. I don't know. Not sure when. Last year.
I think some communities also there were several I saw Judy Barrett did a post on, I think, LinkedIn, that several of her towns that she was working with just approved it within the last week or two. I've forgotten which towns.
Norwood the other week approved theirs. There's at least
Lincoln,
3 or 4.
Burlington.
Okay.
Yeah,
I think that's a good list. I think that's a good list.
Yeah, just
I would be
quickly,
comfortable.
MHP also hosted one of the webinars that they've been hosting. I attended that maybe a week or two ago, and Judy Barrett was one of the panelists, and she was just really good too in terms of the MBTA community discussion and the community she's working in. So I think any one of them would be a good choice. I enjoyed working with MAPC and UTIL, so no problems there.
So do you need a vote from us, Tim, to support?
Can I make one
yeah,
comment?
sorry.
You know, Tim's RFP identifies 2 tasks, right? The 25% and the 10%. And I guess I just want to make sure that whoever it is willing to work on both. If you guys,
we're getting grant money for the 25, aren't we? We have to pay out of pocket for the 10. Right?
Tim identifies that there's 2 different funding sources, right?
But it would be the same consultant who could do both.
Yeah,
Right.
Yeah,
Same consultant.
But you know, the reason I bring it up, back during the discussions, UTIL wouldn't even answer a question when I asked a question about 10% and what of our challenges would be relieved. I hope we don't have a consultant that's unwilling, you know, to talk about both. We're going to do both. We're going to do a 25 and we're going to do a 10. We just need a consultant that's willing to comply with what Tim wrote. That's what he wrote in the RFP. There were 2. So maybe I don't even have to say that because it's written in the RFP, but I don't want to be involved in tension, you know, as we try to create, you know, 2 options.
Right.
So that sort of was my fear a little bit with Emily and Judy, where I feel like they have been intimately involved in Milton's planning. And maybe, you know, I could be biased because I don't really like what they've planned. You know, and Emily was very active in the creation of the master plan. So I don't, just to echo Sean's point, I'm a little bit nervous hiring somebody who is intimately involved. And I think there could be a plus, you know, because there's a learning curve they don't have to learn from. But I feel like they could come in with a certain bias or a certain plan already in their head. And they may not be open to something new.
I think, you know, if it's in the scope of work, I mean, you know, I'm a consultant, so that's my job. And, you know, if an RFP is asking me to do something that I don't want to do, I don't respond to that RFP.
Right.
You know, because it's not aligned with my work. So, I mean, it's just, to me, it's clear.
I'm with you. It's logical and reasonable. But I think given what we're dealing with, it's a fair thing to say. If you think I'm crazy, you can say I'm crazy.
Well, I don't think it hurts to ask. But to Maggie's point, though, about whether that takes away from their qualifications, I don't think it takes away from their qualifications. I think it's perfectly fine to confirm that with them, though.
But we should.
The only other comment I had on the RFP, you know, and a resident tonight approached us again about timeline, you know, and probably residents don't understand this, but this isn't all within our control. We need a consultant to help us. I mean, it isn't like the 5 of us could identify the timeline. I know we tried to talk about it a couple weeks ago, and I had a medical situation. I couldn't go any further. But you know, how do we do this with a timeline? Because Tim has the tasks. Should we identify the timeline for the tasks? Or should we ask the consultant to identify, and then we pick the consultant with consideration for how long for each task?
So I think it's important to see what the consultant's availability is, too, of all 4 of them. If somebody's not available to start because they're already overcommitted, I think that's really important for us to identify.
Right.
But I also think we can map out the tasks ourselves a little bit, because I mentioned, I think, at one of our meetings that we needed to kind of get on the same kind of starting point. Like, residents weren't fully paying attention, which we acknowledged last summer when it was all really, the meat of it was being discussed and developed. So some people, I felt in the discussions and the yes and no's making arguments that there was misunderstandings or maybe just, not enough knowledge about what was actually in the plan, what the requirements are. So we are in this kind of situation where the town's challenging the guidelines and so forth, but that's the best information we have, I think, at the moment. So I think we need to set sort of some goals of how we're going to go about this process.
So I want to get to that, because
Yeah.
I have a suggestion on that, but I want to finish just the RFP discussion, because
But it ties into. So
it does tie in, and that's.
we have to
Yep.
have to guide the consultants, to Sean's point.
Correct.
So
Yep.
if we
Yep.
said that one of the first tasks is actually going to be to develop a schedule with us, then, or in Tim's, what Tim requests from them is not just the price, but a schedule. And let's set an expectation for the schedule. So if, the board needs to set an expectation. If we think that our target is a fall town meeting, then that's what we need to tell them. Because that might impact whether somebody's available or not and can even respond.
Yeah, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, when you're, I guess I'm just reading the way it's broken down as task 1, and then it's 1, 1, 1, 2, 1, 3. I look at 1, 1, and I think the way that it's written, Tim is saying, hey, you prepare the draft overlay district boundaries, right? Task 2, we work with them to come up with the dimensional standards, right? And then task 3, it's back in their court, right? Is that how you see it? Do you guys read it that way too?
I think, I don't know that it has to be in order of these, like task 1.1, 1.2, 1.3 have to be in that particular order. I actually think the way we learned each time we had a compliance model test come back to us, so we have a lot of sort of baseline of information. So I think the first thing here might be to review the districts we already have, or not we say have, but the districts that were part of Article 1, let's say, because there was a lot of work that went into those. So maybe that's the starting point, is kind of an overview.
With them.
With them.
With them.
Yeah.
Because one of the things I'll say is, like, I've been looking at the Elliott Street and the Blue Hills Parkway corridors more carefully, like at really what's the net new there opportunity. Because I mentioned to you, Sean, it's not what was in.
Yeah.
Because the tool that was used by UTIL was the Residensity tool, that online tool. I looked at every single parcel, and that was in the spreadsheet that UTIL supplied to us through Tim. And so I checked it against our GIS mapping, which is taking me some time to do. So I'd like to go through it with all of you. But I think that's where it's easier for us to kind of understand a big parcel, like we can identify Granite Ave or something like that. Identifying the 300 and some parcels in Elliott Street corridor is a lot to get our heads around, but I do think it's important that we talk about these districts that had been identified before. So that could be a first step, whether it's with the consultant initially or not, because we can start that without the consultant. But if it's a new consultant that hasn't worked with us on those districts, I think they're going to need to be kind of brought up to speed on those districts. So let's say if it's Judy Barrett or whomever.
Tim, what is the time frame that you, setting this RFP out, that you can realistically see a consultant coming and joining us for a first meeting? I know it depends on their availability too, so.
Yeah, I mean, we'd have to, send it out. We're asking for, a response, and, that takes some time to put together. I mean, I think, we could set a response deadline at, 3 weeks from Monday or whatever. At that point, we need to kind of get that person or that firm under contract. That kind of, depends on what the select board schedule is. This may be something where the town administrator can sign a contract. I'll have to double check with Nick. But I mean, we're probably, at least a month out from sitting down with a consultant on any of this.
Okay.
A month, okay, so that's.
It's like May 1st.
June, and July.
May 1st, right? So that,
And town meeting date is,
Yeah, let's back into it.
yeah, when is that, a fall?
Oh, you mean for fall town meeting or May town meeting?
could be
No,
October.
fall.
Yeah, till fall,
like
so just so we
mid-October?
can plan our,
Trying to back into when we have to get this done.
correct, yeah.
Well, the thing is, the hearings, we will not know until October. The hearings will start. So we won't have an answer on whether we are being reclassified, whether it's a 10%, 25%, what the decision is by the courts until into October. It'll be in October. Then we have 3 months from that time, based on the filing to perform. But we may not know. I'd like to have obviously our plans would be well in advance of that, but it will be October. So we wouldn't plan a town meeting necessarily I would say not before early November.
There's going to be a town meeting. It's going to be for other reasons, for other purposes, so.
But they may make it later, schedule it later, the select board, like they did
This past
for
year.
this past year. It ended up being in December.
I think it would be helpful to find out what they're thinking,
Yep.
if it's October or November. But I do think we need to back into it.
Right.
And be realistic about it, as we've said. So if we said October, let's just use that as let's say, mid-October. And I think I was saying before, I had looked up, that needs to go to print at least a month before that, and needs to go to the warrant committee probably at least a couple of weeks before that, probably more if something complicated, but let's just say 6 weeks at the minimum, right? So that's would be
End of
September
August,
1,
yeah.
if it's middle of October, right? So May 1 to September 1, June, July, August, September, 4 months. And to your point, if we end up with more time, then fine. But if you said, we saw with UTL before, we come up with some ideas on districts, they come back to us maybe 2 weeks later, we get to respond. So if it's 4 months and we meet twice a month, then we have 8 meetings in order to meet that schedule, right?
That might be a good question to ask the consultant, if they can turn it around in 1 week instead of 2, because that really frustrated me last time.
So it seems to
When we would
me,
ask them for an answer, and 2 weeks later would get their answer.
seems to me we might need a few extra meetings.
Probably.
And I'd like to suggest that we think about having one dedicated to this discussion when it's not so late. Because I got a message from someone saying, I'm exhausted, and you haven't even started with MBTA communities.
Right.
And, and I can appreciate that sentiment. So I do think one where we can start at 7 and have it be dedicated to MBTA communities would be good. But to the point of getting this, I do think it's helpful. Do they think they could do this for us in 8 weeks, right?
So I
4 months.
Right. So what I would suggest, just to give because I think we're not going to get into specific details at this hour. I agree with you. Let's, and we'll want our consultants to weigh in. But if we look at roughly, where we are now, using the month of May to explore and review the districts that we have already discussed, going through, and I spoke to Tim. I said, I really don't want to start with this, a 25% plan and a 10% plan. I would like to go by the sites that we have looked at, the extra space storage site. I don't want this to be polarizing from the very beginning on, well, why aren't they doing, this or this plan first? Looking at extra space storage, moving through 88 Wharf, the Hendry's, 36 Central, Milton Hill House, all the different large parcels that have existing multifamily housing. Starting with that, going through and explaining, and this will be part of the educational component, is that we are letting the public know what the criteria was. Why did we, say that something could be 5 stories? Because extra space storage is already, the buildings that were down there. Why did we, look at the setbacks? Why did we look at, the various the criteria that we used? So May, explore and review districts, and then I thought then June can really, and explore new districts too. Not only what we looked at, but maybe explore some others.
In May or in June?
In May.
All right.
Explore new districts and review our current districts. June, test combinations. That's when we can get in and really work with our consultant on what we agree on, what we feel that makes sense, and do testing on those, because we know that's going to take a little bit, and I think we could add extra meetings in. July, I would like to really get, sort of our, a lot of our work done in June. So July, we can really focus in on our site plan approval and any extra guidelines that we want to add and improve on that over the summer. And which is one of the things that I did want to just bring up tonight. We have a placeholder that we had told the warrant committee and the select board that we wanted to have, thinking we might want to do a site plan approval. I don't think, it doesn't make sense to put that forth now when we're, we have time with the MBTA. I think they could come on at the same time. So I would like to withdraw our placeholder officially. I think at this point they're not expecting it, but I just wanted to formally withdraw any placeholder, but I didn't want to do that without talking to the board. So are we in agreement on that?
Yes, since we don't have anything to give.
Since we do not have anything to give. So I just wanted to confirm
you want
that
me to write
before I did that. But
Tim has a draft, which, I think if we do dedicate a meeting for MBTA communities, I think, I'm fine with withdrawal, by the way, but I do think they put the effort into it, Tim and Josh, and we should review the draft and review and give some feedback.
Absolutely.
And,
yep.
I don't think we have to do, I'm not sure we have to wait until July for some of that it can be concurrent while the consultant's working on some updates.
Yep.
Whether they're going to do all of that for us, or we're going to do some of it. I mentioned to you, I've been doing some analysis. I've also been looking at if there's a way for us to think about, how we had 3 units a parcel for the LA Street corridor, single family, and then we had to bump up, to a density that was higher than a lot of people were comfortable with on some sites. I was wondering whether we could take a look at what we were doing in the LA Street corridor, or maybe not the single-family part, but some of these others, and get a little bit of a not so far apart, so that you don't have to have one quite as high. And I don't know what that might be, if there would be support for that. But it was just another thought. I think some people had suggested we could look at. We said 7,500 is the minimum lot size, but there's at least one lot in that area that's over 25,000 square feet.
And I think I don't want to get into that level of detail right now, because
that's fine.
Because that would be our timeline. So I want to stay with our timeline on the exploring and reviewing districts in the month of May, and that can be part of that.
I'm responding to your saying that we can, what we're going to do in May and June, and what we're going to do in July and August. I think the districts could take longer. If we want to explore these dimensional standards at the same time. It's one thing to draw a boundary, but it's another thing to understand the dimensional standards, because that's going to set not just the density, but the character. And that's where, in my mind, the amount of time should be spent. That character, we never really discussed what the character that was going to be Blue Hills Parkway. I've started to look at that a little bit more and look at there's only a handful of parcels that are actually eligible right now, and there's 3 churches in them and a daycare center. So, this is the kind of stuff I think we need to make sure we're thinking about, and I'm not sure that's enough time.
Yeah, and I assume that things can run, this may run into it, but really dedicating, May to sort of
Are you saying May isn't enough time to do all of that?
Well, I'm saying May and June, we need at least May and June to do that, because if you think about what I just described, and that's only half of the time, and you're using the other half to talk about the site plan approval and maybe some other aspects of the language or the design guidelines, the design guidelines are going to be informed by the first bucket of work, right? Really understanding those districts and what's going to make sense in them. The rest of it is kind of following up on that, making sure it's all tied into the language.
Right.
I don't think you need as much time for that.
And there will be some overlap. I guarantee, I'm not saying we wait till, July necessarily to,
Okay.
but
So
to
should
really
we look at a
focus on
calendar
something.
now and pick out, and maybe it's just
Some
too
forum?
premature, or an extra meeting that's just only MBTA? Because then July and August is summer and people are away. So would we commit to like 3 meetings a month? And what would that schedule look like?
I think 3 a month, if you're going to do them month after month after month, is really, really tough.
If they go to 11:30 at night.
Well, I think if you think about May and June as getting some extra meetings in, because that's when we're talking about the bulk of this work, and it's when people are mostly still around, and school's in session.
Yeah.
And then maybe not as much in July and August.
And early is more important. It's more important to do it early than later.
And if it's a whole, like that extra meeting is only MBTA and we stick to that policy.
Maggie, I have a suggestion. We'll be back on the 9th.
Yeah.
I think between now and the 9th, let's look at our calendars. And
Yeah.
when we come back on the 9th, let's see what we can all commit to. I'll look at my May and June and just make sure. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Is that all right for
Yeah,
everybody?
yeah.
That we
Yeah.
agree to that on the 9th?
Yes. So if we want to wrap to your point, Meredith,
Yeah, that's
on
why
the scope of work, just so we can let folks go.
That's what I want to make sure Tim has authorization from us to
Do you
get
need
our.
more on this, Tim?
What do you need, Tim, for us to authorize you to move forward with this?
I guess, it's tough to, I've got X's in the sort of not to exceed price. And I'm wondering if,
Tim, how much,
part of
we had $20,000 grant in the first round with Util, is that right, on the districts?
yeah, they blew through that pretty quick.
So you're thinking
What did we
then-
spend, Tim?
I'd have to go back and look. Between that 20,000 and it probably almost 50,000 to Util over the course of our.
Because the select
It was
board's article.
multiple contracts with them. One of them was through MHP, and then one of them was through us. So there's a world in which you can imagine this would be maybe less money because we'd be a little bit more targeted. We kind of have a little bit more experience, but we also are doing kind of 2 simultaneous versions.
What's our threshold for doing this procurement method, Tim?
$999,999.99.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. So, and then in terms of budget cycles, we're going to be in 2 fiscal year budget cycles with this, right?
Yes.
So we have an allocation requested of 50 in the budget for May? For the town meeting in May? Okay.
But we do have grant funding left, Tim, correct, for the 25%?
Yeah, so there's about $20,000 in grant funding left. So part of me thinks that maybe we sort of set an expectation for what we are capable and wanting to pay, but maybe just leave. We'll let them tell us how much it costs.
I also want
to. Sorry, Cheryl.
I just want to say, let's don't forget we're going to want the economic feasibility study done as well. And I think we were at what price for that? It was higher when we wanted more detail. So we might want next fiscal year for that because we need the districts for it, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So Tim, you're suggesting if we get a not to exceed amount.
Is 25,000 reasonable, or is that too much?
Not nearly
Not
enough.
enough.
Not enough.
No, I'm thinking we're using the other 20 as well. So we have 20 plus this.
But that's on our end. Like we're saying like your whole budget needs to be.
Oh, I'm sorry. All right, then that should be, I'm thinking 50 total.
All right, so that would be 20 in grant funding and 30
20,
in
yes,
ours, and that
that's
still
right.
leaves another 20 in our this fiscal year budget.
Yeah, Tim, is that the only way to issue the RFP with a not to exceed, or is that most typical of how we issue them?
It's typical. It kind of, helps you to keep a lid on things.
Yeah, and
But you, I mean, because what you would do is, the primary selection criteria is price, right, on this, because we're not setting out, the thing about a full-blown RFP is you can set out, a whole laundry list of selection criteria. We're not doing that here. We're saying, we want you to do the scope of work for the best price. So you could set a not to exceed, or you don't. One way or the other, you're going to take, the best price.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. What happen? Do you ever have RFPs that you issue that the people you issue to call and say that number's not nearly enough to do this work? I mean, what happens when the number is lower than what they feel is needed? Do they let you know that, or do they just decline?
They may propose an alternate scope,
Yeah.
but we haven't had that.
Or would they propose an alternate number, Josh? Would they ever say, I could do it for 40, or you know what I mean? How,
Tim's got more experience. We've not received any feedback that said, oh, actually, no, we won't do it, or we'll do it if you pass an extra $10,000, because they're competing against someone who we're
That's right.
statutory obligated to take the lowest bid for.
Yeah.
But are we required to take the lowest bid if they don't meet our schedule? Like if we set out a schedule of work complete by September 1, then somebody else, well, actually, I guess we should ask if they can complete it. I don't want somebody to not submit a proposal because they can't meet that deadline. It would be good to know whether they could do it, let's say, in some other time frame. But I thought that you were required to take the lowest responsible bidder, which means that they meet other criteria.
Yeah, I mean,
not just price, right? So it would be schedule and I guess everything else at the tasks are consistent. Okay.
If they say, oh, here's my response, I'll do none of the tasks, and I don't have any experience, then that would be it. But it's not as if, to Maggie's point earlier, it's not as if we can say, well, we have some like ideological sort of conflicts potentially with one of those groups. Like that's not a realistic benchmark to say they don't have the technical skills.
Right. So I guess I don't know if it should be a selection criteria or just ask them to provide a schedule.
Yeah.
But I would like to see a schedule.
Yeah, I think so too. But back to the number, right? Because I think that's really that's what we're asking. What is the not to exceed number? Tim, did you say 50 is what we spent with UTL?
Yeah.
Given that we've got something already accomplished, and there's got to be some value to that, right? Can we utilize some of what's already been done?
Even if you can, I mean, so if UTL comes back and they're the winner, they'll definitely just kind of pick up where they left off and whatever. But even if there's another firm that comes back and is responsive and is a low bidder, I think a big function of the amount that we paid UTL was frankly time. And I think, there's a little bit less kind of wandering around in the wilderness that we're doing.
Yeah.
So I think, we can definitely be more targeted in our requests for information. I think we can be more targeted in our kind of, more productive in our discussions during meetings. Not to say that our discussions weren't productive over the past year. They were very productive in getting us to a point where, we know what we need to ask for, we know what's important, we know what's not important.
Yep.
So I think 50, I don't think that would be a bad number to put in, just a nice round number that, we're kind of comfortable with.
Yeah, all I was thinking, Tim, is that if 50 was what we spent the last time, and I was thinking less. I mean, I actually had in my mind nothing less than 25, nothing more than 35. I mean, if you had a 35 not to exceed and all that work was done, but
As long as we could add if we needed more time from them and
Yeah.
therefore more fee, I think one of the things I was just looking at the scope again, and it'd be helpful maybe to have at least a review of the written zoning that, was based on the model
Yeah.
and that Tim worked on and I offered edits to. It would be helpful to have some, now that others have been working with this longer, right? There's more people have been working on their districts, having the consultant take a look at that language and see if they have any suggestions for it.
Yeah.
Particularly on the design guideline side too. But I did see in the AG's, I think it was in the AG's filing that HLC, Tim, wasn't it in there that HLC had said that what was Article 1 was would have been approved or approvable? In other words, like our design
they did.
standards
That's right.
were acceptable?
Yeah.
So that was a big question mark I think Tim had, was whether they went too far. So, so that's good in the sense that we have some confirmation on that. But in terms of scope, so if we bumped it, one thing I'm thinking is we didn't have that in the last consultant. We didn't really have them looking at that.
Yeah.
So if we could include that here and we bumped it up a little.
So those numbers I mentioned earlier might be too low. And I guess at the end of the day, they're competing. So
They're going to give us
what risk do you have if it's too high? I mean, do you drive the number? Do you drive the number up by having a not to exceed that's too high? Probably not, because they're competing based on price.
If they give us a work,
And I think one thing that I would add to this, just kind of, going back and reviewing, the 30B manual, is, the rule for award would be something as simple as, the contract will be awarded to the responsible vendor offering the lowest bid.
Yeah.
So you've got that kind of catch-all of responsiveness in terms of schedule and whatnot. So just so there's an acknowledgement there, and it gives you a little bit of leeway to say, like, someone's offering a little bit more, but not on the schedule we want. So we'll add that language in at the end, just establishing that rule.
40? I mean, what's...
40, okay.
Does 40 sound? Tim, does 40 sound like a reasonable number?
I think we'll get responses at 40. I think that'll probably be fine.
I mean, this is important. We don't want to discourage people. It's too important. If Tim, if you feel like that's not enough to get the interest,
maybe
right?
I think we put 50 and let them come up. I mean, think about how important this is to the town.
And that's what I'm saying.
The money goes away if we don't use it by the end of the fiscal year.
Then
It
go
goes
50.
to free cash,
Then
right?
go 50. We've
got to get this done right.
We got to get it done. We need someone who really wants to do it, and we need them to do it right.
I would say 50 then.
Okay.
Okay.
Right. 50 it
And,
is.
and I'll include as sort of task, a new task 1.1 to kind of work with the board on establishing a schedule, or do we want to put in? Okay.
And Tim, could you put in something about review of the zoning, Article 1 zoning as well? Okay.
Task 1 is developing schedule, based on and we'll find out what our best guess on a town meeting in the fall is, and kind of peg it to that. A schedule based on early October, mid-October, whatever it is.
Great. Thank you, Tim. Appreciate that. All right, good. So we'll get that moving forward and can have more time for discussion on the 9th, too.
Okay.
All right. With
And
that,
then are you going to put the ramp on the 9th agenda
we're
as
going to do that
well?
on the 9th, yeah. I do want to get to that.
Not to belabor the meeting, but we also have the survey questions. Do you want to put
Yes.
that to a later meeting and discuss that later?
Yes, you know what, can everybody look over those survey questions? And let's continue that discussion on the 9th, because that's really important, too, to put that.
Okay, so just for anybody who might still be watching, who might watch it on tape, the survey is that we would put that out to all residents to get their feedback and give us that was requested by residents, so just again,
Yes.
it is going to be in the works.
Yes.
They have a draft.
Yep.
We have a draft from the department, and
So that we have feedback on that one already. People have answered. It looks like it's the same.
And they're going to reopen it.
Okay.
they've
and if
added
it's-
questions at the front, but they're keeping questions from the original.
Okay.
That's the plan, right?
The plan is whatever you want to do.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
if we-
the thing that's really hard about it, there's 500 people that took the survey. You know, that I'm still trying to figure out how to get more people to do it. You know,
Well, I
and
do
it's
think-
interesting. You know, it's interesting because that result, it seems like there were as many people opposed to the zoning as there were in favor of it. It was like 155 to 144. So it's not like you're only getting one group of people. We're just only getting 500 people. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I don't
That's why
need
the
to belabor
community
point
forum-
about like how social sciences work and statistical significance, but like given the survey size and like a 95% confidence, it's perfectly good as a survey that is statistically significant and is representational. So I think trying to think like, oh, we want 50% of the town to fill out a survey, you'd have no statisticians if that was the way.
No, I know that. I know.
And I think
Well,
more
I think-
people are
I
engaged
think-
now than they were before. So I think we're going to get more feedback just because people are paying attention. And that was our whole problem last year, you know, at least my problem, like no one knows about this, you know, and now they do.
So how old
And
is?
I
How old is
think
that?
I think one important thing to think about as you look at these questions, and you know, on the one hand, I think Josh is right. You know, you don't need 27,000 people to vote in a survey to get, you know, meaningful statistical data. On the other hand, you know, we aren't actually, you know, conducting a scientific survey here. You know, it's self-selecting for people that are, you know, engaged in a certain process. So the way that I like to think about these things is, what do you as a board not know that you need people to tell you via a survey? You know, so thinking critically about what you want to get out of it. I would treat it less as, well, half of people said they wanted this and half of people wanted this, so it's a tie, but 75% of people said they wanted this, so we're going to do this. I think, you know, that's where you're going to get into a situation where, you know, is this truly representative, either in terms of response rate or, you know, the composition of respondents. I think, you know, it's a tool, it provides a data point. What is the type of data that you don't think you can get anywhere else except for, you know, this survey? Just kind of think about that. We can kind of help you, you know, with some kind of sample type questions. I think some of the questions that we had in the original survey may still be relevant. Others, you know, we know what we need to know from those questions, and let's move on and come up with some other ones. But, you know, maybe that'll be one of Josh's last tasks, is coming up with a new batch of questions.
And do you want us to give you some questions if we come up with a couple?
More feedback, the better, please.
Yeah, I think, you know, ultimately this is the tool that's going to help you craft this zoning. And so, you know, I don't want to belabor this point, but we did it my way the first time around. We got to do it your way this time around. So please, you know, think about it. Think about the kind of information that you want to get out of a survey, you know, and we'll get that in there.
Great, Tim. Thank you so much. That's great. Okay, with that, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Good night, y'all.
Good night.